Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Yourself, Zink?
Good.
Nice. Yeah, I was just in Wogpog's room. He shut it down, and we are talking about the book a little bit, like not too much, because I think he's going to come into this space afterwards. So, yeah, Andrew started up another space, but I don't know. I was having trouble, like, actually sharing, um, this book club space and her space. So,
Let's see. I'll share that to my usual things. So yeah, we'll see. I guess.
right.
Yeah, we'll see if Carlo and Wogpug show up. I don't know who else read it. It was relatively short, so hopefully maybe more people read it.
I was just gonna ask you about the other stuff. So next week, are we doing any, or is it like because Trudeau might be testifying and like all that stuff is going on? Are you
Yeah, well,
bumping
I'll
everything
just
or
I'll just have to decide. Yeah, I'll have to see. I mean, still read it
right?
just in case, because maybe we'll do it on the Tuesday or on the Wednesday. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I
something
mean,
wicked this way comes.
yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I already bought the book, so
Yeah,
yeah,
no, we'll for sure do it. Yeah, but the question is if we do it Friday or not. I'm not sure.
fair enough.
Um,
Right. I
let's see.
also bought the China Medieval, the city and the city. So
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Hey guys, how's it going?
hey, Carlo.
pretty good.
Hey, good to see you, Clear.
Hi,
Hey,
guys.
Clear.
Good to see you. Hello.
Yeah, no, we might have Wogpug joining us, but
Well, I was just talking to him, and like he says he's got a lot of things going on, but like I think he is gonna make an effort to come into the space
Is he in
because
a space? He's doing a space right now with like.
I think he's
It,
he's out. I think he just shut it down. Because
okay.
yeah, Andrea was opening up a space, and he was like getting everybody to migrate to her space. And I was in there her space briefly, but then but like I said to everybody, she sent me a co-host invite, but I said to everybody in WOG space that I can't co-host because this one was starting at 6. So I mean, I don't know why she sent me the co-host invite. So
let's see where he is.
Anyway, maybe we can wait a little bit, see if Wall or like someone else jumps on, right?
fair enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, well, no, why is he co-hosting in there? What the hell?
So Carlo, um, uh, Andor, like I'm watching the new episodes. Oh man,
I don't know. He's co-hosting in there, so I don't know what the hell.
yeah,
I mean, we can just get started. I
all
don't know
right.
what he's doing.
I want to know, did Clear read it?
Clear. Did you read the Jerzy Kosinski, the Being There?
Yes, I did. And I could definitely see why you would wait for WOG and how WOG, this is definitely his book. I thought of him, I think, the entire time I read it.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
yeah.
I wanted to read. Well, I'd been meaning because there was a movie of it made with what is it, Peter Sellers, 1979. I just saw it up there, and so
I saw a
yeah.
movie on TV at some point. I mean, I was
Well,
really young, so it
I've
was just
meant
like
to
a
watch
weird
it
movie to me,
for
but
a while, and I actually even had it downloaded a few months ago because yeah, it just kind of keeps coming up, and I can't remember exactly why I finally decided to download it. So yeah, like
wait,
I
it keeps coming up where?
just various things. Like actually, what's funny is the way I'd heard it referenced in multiple places, but the reason I'd actually downloaded it was because I think I mentioned to you guys last time. So the first movie that Sacha Baron Cohen's original character was Ali G, right? That's where Barat started, right? Was on the Ali G show, and it's kind of like a fake
Yep.
gangster type
I watched
character.
that on. Yeah, I watched that on
And so like he
on
had like
Showcase.
so like the original movie of that, it wasn't a mockumentary style. It was just like a narrative of just like this loser guy from the suburbs who wants to act all, the gangster and stuff, and pretty much like he gets picked by like a government to run as an MP, and then they like because one guy in the government who is actually played by the guy who plays the Lannister father on Game of Thrones, he like is trying to purposely tank the prime minister so that he can take over as prime minister within his own party. So he kind of starts pushing Ali G, and so Ali G just says a bunch of stupid stuff, and so like when I looked up the premise of it, it's like, oh, bears a resemblance to Being There, and I'm like, oh, what's Being There? And I'd even heard of it, so that's why I'd finally. So it's just another kind of. And I know there's other things that have had this sort of premise, and then even older things. Like I've never read it, but I know Voltaire's novel Candide is kind of similar, or maybe slightly opposite. It's the same thing where you kind of have like a simpleton kind of going around and just randomly getting caught up in these rather sort of philosophical debates, right?
The actor's name's Charles Dance. I love that guy. Sorry, he's a
Yeah,
great
Charles
actor.
Dance. Well, of course, I saw it as a kid. I don't know if you guys ever saw Last Action Hero. That's where, of course.
Hell yeah,
So,
he's the bad guy.
I've seen it. Yeah.
so I use the one because it's more I guess appropriate. But yeah, no, to me he'll always be the bad guy in Last Action Hero.
No, I don't know if you guys saw Alien 3, like this sci-fi movie, like a sequel to Aliens, right? And he's the doctor there, so that's the first time I saw him, and like he was so great in that. The only good thing about that movie, because the movie sucks.
Yeah, no, I never saw it. Never had any desire to.
Alien 3. You
With
didn't
the
like it,
clones.
Carla?
Fuck no. Like after Aliens, no. What a disappointment. Anyway, we'll talk about that another time. But like, uh, yeah. I'm just gonna say like I heard this thing like the being there, like kind of alluded to Kamala Harris, where like people say, wait, like how these fucking rich are ended up in like a position of power, and like that's what they kind of like made an allusion to the movie. So that I found that really funny. Like once I read it, like I kind of got the joke, right? So like, well, like
Adrian,
yeah.
do you want to just quickly pop over to that room and tell them that we're gonna get started?
I wanna ask if Clear watched the movie or like if she read this before.
No, actually, this was a first for me.
Yeah,
Didn't see the
I'll
movie. I
head
did the
over.
audio book.
Go ahead, Claire. Yeah, sorry. I think he was delayed there.
Oh, sorry. I did the I just finished the audio book. I think it was yesterday. I put it on and listened to it. Haven't read it. Didn't know there was a movie. I read it with the Audible with I think it was Dustin Hoffman was narrating it.
Yeah, that's the same one.
Yeah, that's it. You know what? Like I actually forgot it was him. Like
No,
he's
I was
good.
I was
He's
I was
not.
pleasantly surprised. Like I forget, yeah, because he has, unless he's doing one of his zanier parts, he has a relatively neutral voice. His actual natural voice is
Yeah, and
relatively neutral.
it's deeper pitch than like when he usually
Exactly,
acts.
yeah.
Like he tends to have this nasally like like higher pitch voice, and like this here is like, oh wow, like it was a good sign is that I forgot that it was him, right? I completely forgot. It was only at the end like oh yeah, it's him. Like that I kind of thought about it like again, but like yeah, no, it was just good, yeah.
Well, I mean, I've always like he's mostly in crap these days, but I mean, he was always more of a character actor. So I was a little bit hoping, but yeah, like I always just worry, like yeah, like will it sound too much like him? But yeah, like it didn't really have like a distinct. And so yeah, no, it actually was pretty good actually.
Clear. How do you find the reading, like Dustin Hoffman's voice or like his voice acting?
To be honest with you, I found him very monotone. I listened to several audiobooks. My library is huge, but oh, I don't know. I thought he was kind of dull, to be honest with you.
I'm not sure. I think for this character, maybe he just wanted because, like, of course, the character is very sanguine, right? He's very, even tempered and whatnot. So I think that's my guess is that's why he went with that sort of reading of it.
Yeah, I mean, like the Chance is very emotionless, right? Like his emotions are so limited. So I think, yeah, that's one of the reasons. Like he kind of like makes him seem like, like just very passionless. But yeah, it's true though that like compared to maybe other, like voice actors, like yeah, he's, like more on the passive side, but like I still I think that's still better than some of them that are really distracting, right? That like they kind of try too hard to like, like let's say like, like change voices or and all that. Like I what I said, like the fact that I forgot that it was him, like to me that's a good sign.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
I can see how that is. Of course, I'm a huge Stephen King fan, so I think it's George. No, God, what's his name? George Goodall, or I forget his name, the narrator. And oh God, I just love his voice. Absolutely, just no matter what he reads, I think I even purchased a few books just because he was narrating them.
yeah, no, we actually talked about that last time, right? Is yeah, that sometimes you like a reader so much because it's really a third skill. I mean, some people can do all three, but there is, right, just like there's, everybody knows that there's a difference between being an actor and a voice actor, right? There's a lot of voice actors who really aren't actors and a lot of actors who really can't voice act. But I think reader is almost kind of a third one, right? Because it's not quite a voice actor, right? You're not expecting them to do like a completely unique voice for each one. It's just to get close enough, right? So whether it's a man doing a woman's voice or a woman doing a man's voice, you're not expecting it to be completely like believable. It's just supposed to give flavor to it, right?
Hey, Clear, the I think the guy you're talking about is George Kidall, right?
Oh yes, he is one of my favorite.
Yeah, he's really decent. Like I like you, I read some books just because of him. Like I just find like what I mentioned to you guys, I find some of the narrators kind of distracting when they actually try too hard. Like I prefer more on the passive side than like when they try like to let's say to like go high pitch for a female character, or like like, or like whenever like someone, I don't know, like a gruff character, they kind of like pitch their voice down. Like I just prefer like a more neutral. And I like him though. Like he's just like like has this entrancing quality. And like yeah, like we talked about this clear the last space where like Zink and I we do audiobooks a lot. Like we actually like have listened to audiobooks just because the narrator is good, right? So you just kind of, I guess you wanna like stay with the quality.
Yeah, generally I listen to an audiobook and then I'll be reading a book at the same time and I'll switch back and forth. I, you know, I'm not one of those that can just sit all the time and read. I have to be doing multiple things, and that's why I love the audio. But I always have a book going also.
No, I'm the same as you, by the way. Like I cannot read before bed. Like that's like a ritual. So I read an hour before bed. But like yeah, like I drive a truck, right, for a living. So like I have all this time where like my ears are like unoccupied. So I just like just load audiobooks. So I do both as well.
So I guess we can start talking about the book. So Claire, did you want to start?
Oh, sure. Hello, Wog. I was telling the guys earlier, this book had you all over it. Um, I enjoyed it. It it was simple. I found it very simple, and but it put me in a pleasant spot. I liked how I lived by the KISS rule, keeping it simple, and I found the character and the book, like everything did that, and I guess even the narrator, even Dustin Hoffman did that, keeping it simple. And it was just a nice, relaxing book. I garden, so I could definitely relate to so much of it with the garden, and how simple it truly is. And the circle of life I got out of it. Um, and I just, it made me laugh just because the simpleton of the politicians. I thought that's, I mean, I hate to use the word stupid, but Chansey, he's simple. Um, I don't, I just found like, him being a VP could definitely happen because they're so, I look at Kamala Harris, I think, oh God, I don't even think she could garden. So I vote for Chancey. Um, and I liked it. I enjoyed it. It was again out of my realm, and it was pleasant.
Well, that's the thing. I don't remember if this was actually written. I think before Nixon's vice president resigned. I'm not sure. Does anybody know Spiro Agnew or
I
whatever?
think it's after the like Watergate. I think it's a bit after. Because this was
Well,
published
I
in
think
19,
I think
1971, right?
Spiro Agnew had actually resigned before that. Because he was vice president, and then I think he was like, let's see. Yeah, so he resigned in 1973, funny enough. And this was written, I think, 1970. Yeah.
Yeah, it was written in 1970.
So it's funny because I'm trying to think, because obviously they're hinting about, that the vice president has to be moved out for whatever, or that he can't run again or whatever, right? But yeah, so it's funny that that this was actually written before that, because I don't know if of any other
Okay, so I have questions before we get into the meat of the book. Like, okay, who the hell is this guy, and how like how mentally ill and or like how retarded is he? Because I mean like they said explicitly that his mom's mental health like was like like she had like mental issues and like that he inherits that. So I mean, like I was expecting at some point like more hints about like like what's his mental state, because I mean we obviously know like that he has some, right, like he's like basically a child, right? And like what I was reading though, like I'm thinking like, wait, like this his dad? Maybe I was thinking, right, like maybe he had an affair or something, and like he just kind of hid this kid, right? Like I mean he kind of kept him as a prisoner, right, to kind of like maybe hide, like either like maybe he had an affair or like maybe his wife had an affair, or like it's obviously like like he kept him like um a- a- as a hostage kind of thing, right? Like for a reason, and like the fact that he doesn't have any IDs, and like like he was never registered anywhere. So yeah, like I wanted just to think like what all of you guys, like what's your theory, and like what is he, and like and maybe if you guys thought about too like his kind of mental state. Like I mean he's obviously has like arrested development, or like like non-development. This is kind of like a non-character, I guess. But like yeah, I want to hear your input on that.
So I mean,
I didn't think he was a prisoner only because he had the key. Remember, he knew where the key was to get out the gate.
well, that, and I mean, do we know that he is in fact the old man's son? Because
it's just,
the,
I mean, I think it's just heavily hinted at, right? Because
Well,
obviously
yeah, I
he's
think
been
a
there
hint is
since
like
birth.
his clothes, like like his clothes suits him, like like it's like a little bit clothing, and like a lot of like the I feel like the way he like he's being fed, and like he's just being catered like so well. I think it is hinted, and like yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Zink, but like yeah, like to me the biggest clue was like the clothing, that it, like it fits him, like, and everyone says, oh yeah, like this tailored suits, right? So and it actually fits him, so it's just very plausible given that information. Go ahead, Zink.
Yeah, no, it was the same. It was that, yeah, he'd been there his whole life. The guy had a picture of him as a young man in the bedroom, right? Like, or not as a young man, like as a kid, right? Like in the old man's bedroom was actually a picture of him, right? So yeah, I mean, it just like it just goes to say that whether that, or maybe, I mean, it could be some, but it's obviously a close relationship, right? So maybe it could be that his mother was this, like, a sister of this guy, or he could even be like, I mean, to get darker on it, he even could be like the product of incest. I mean, who knows exactly, right? That would explain possibly the mental deficiency, right? So it could be some, but there is obviously some sort of a relationship beyond
but I
just.
mean, it doesn't really explain why he's completely left out of the old man's will. Like, I would think the old man would do something for him, right? If he was actually like of a blood relation to him. Like, I mean, the old man was, not poor. Um, it just doesn't make sense that he would just do absolutely nothing for him, yet he was provided for, yet, Chance was provided for really, really well for his whole life by the old man. It's like, why wouldn't he leave him something like the house or the garden just to like is he just forgotten? Like
Well, I
he's
mean,
just a
it's obviously he
forgotten
doesn't want to
person, right?
acknowledge him for some reason, right? Because
Well, I mean, he doesn't have to acknowledge him to put him in his will, right? He could say,
no, but he would. I mean, that's the thing. There's hints of that, right? People would start to dig, right? Because then there's a paper trail. People start to wonder, where did this guy come from, right? And so it's possible that, yeah, he.
I mean, he could just be an orphan that the old man took like, you know, interest in, like a shine to, and
No, but
then
I feel like he would make it legal, or like have an idea. What if he gets sick or something? Like he was trying to hide him. I mean, to go to that length, to hide him, to like have him just basically like, like no IDs even, right? Like not even the basic thing, right? I think there is a, I think I'm leaning more towards what's saying said, right? Maybe some like product of incest, or like maybe the mom was really really crazy, or like like just something that like he really wants to like bury, right? Because I mean like to go to that length, like I feel like there's something like more insidious than just like like adopting someone and just like being like just neglectful. I
There's
wanna
some, yeah,
I
there's
wanna
some
I wanna
embarrassment
know
here.
what Clear thinks too though.
That I like that angle. I never thought of him as being captive or anything like that. I did find it kind of odd and a little bit shallow on that part, where, yeah, exactly. He was cared for so well up into his death. And I believe the old man, he was a lawyer and he knew he was dying. So you would think to take care of him so gently and cater to him, that he wouldn't have taken care of him. And that was kind of questionable on that end.
There's another interpretation, though, is that Chauncey is a reflection of the pleb voter, right? The general sort of unawares person that just sort of stumbles through life and whatever. And then, of course, in his case, it takes this, crazy, upswing or whatever, but that he actually is representative of the pleb class, right? It's not clear. It's metaphorical. So
Yeah, I was gonna get into that later. Like, just I mean, this plot makes no sense, right? Like, someone who can read, like, he wouldn't survive, not even the 4 days that we see in this story. So, this is for sure more like a fable, right? Like, if you break this down logically, like, yeah, it makes no sense. But like, in the context of the story, though, I was just curious what you guys theorized about it, because it's something that I thought about. Yeah, so I'm not sure where you guys want to go from now, but like,
Well, I mean, I'll pick up on what you said there. Like, would he survive? I think the biggest, right? I mean, some of it's just sheer luck, but the main thing is, it actually comes down. Wog will enjoy this. The what is it? The Turing test, right? That is to say, how do you know if something is aware? It just that it acts enough aware, right? So he doesn't need to actually read or have any deeper thoughts. He just has to appear to have deeper thoughts, right? That's the theme of this, is that he's kind of like a human Rorschach test, right? People project onto him what they want, right? Whereas he's just sort of there as a mirror, right? Because of course it mentions mirrors very many times, that people see in him what they want to see in themselves, and they project that on him, right? And so he
it,
doesn't
it's
actually
it's
have to be
it's
aware.
It's funny you mentioned the Roger says. I thought about it. He's like a walking, and like like there's in the story too, where like codename Blank Page. I feel like he's just a vessel for everyone's expectations, or like everyone injects their expectations onto him and just like extract them just by him just kind of being responsive. They're just kind of extract their best expectations. So that's I mean, probably get into it though, but like, yeah, that idea that like he's kind of like, you know, like he's lack of reaction, like people just read whatever they want to read on it, right?
Back onto the pleb metaphor, though, right? See,
I'm going to
this
change my name to Chansey then.
Chauncey, first of all. We have to make a differentiation between the film and the book because they call them chants in the film, but
It's my
Chauncey.
American accent, Mog. My American accent.
Chauncey, because that in itself gives himself a little bit of street cred, right? Like it's again the perception of like the masses versus like, oh well, we could get a guy named Chauncey Gardner. I mean, basically his last name isn't even Gardner, right? He's just saying, my name is Chauncey, I'm the gardener. It's like, oh, Chauncey Gardner.
No, his name was actually Chance because he was born by chance, but then the guy mishears him and assumes something more, right? Once again, he projects on him, right? Chance is kind of a, no offense to anybody, but Chance is kind of a shitty name, right? Whereas Chauncey, right, that's a blue-blooded type name, right? So that's what the guy hears. He's like, he hears.
Well, no, I think it was E, the woman in the limousine.
Oh,
She's
maybe,
the
yeah.
one that, yeah.
Yeah, it's her. It's Eve. It's EE who yeah, she just like he's just I'm chasing the garden, and she's like, oh, gardener, like she just like
yeah.
Same idea though, like
him.
same general
Yep.
thing that the blue bloods are seeing in him what they see in themselves, right? And it's like that projection thing is like how we want to relate to humans, right? And so, but I think there's like there's multiple levels of metaphor here. But I would say, like what I said to Adrian in the other room, because I didn't know it was today. Sorry guys, I'm sort of behind the thing, but the idea here is that this book was sort of written as a screenplay, right? So it's very simplistic, it's very whatever, and then you have the plagiaristic, background to it, blah blah blah. But I mean, he was best buddies with Roman Polanski and all this other stuff, and there's all kinds of like weird ties in the backstory to that. But the essential thing was this is a mini novel that was written as a screenplay. I mean, this was destined to become a movie, like very early on, and he was rolling in the right circles to have this to be done. So yeah, there's the other bigger picture stuff, but in essence, like I think that the idea here is that Chauncey is the epitome of the sort of American voter, and then the sort of Rambo, you can become a hero sort of thing, and all these other different things. I think it's like a lot of shit wrapped into one whatever. And then there's also the issue of like ghostwriters, and like the rabbit hole goes deep on this one. But I think that the overall arching thing of it, especially if you watch the movie, is like this was designed to be a movie, right? And it's sort of a big and I've been quoting this since like mid-pandemic. Like it's really pertinent, but it's like most people just sails over their heads, right? All these different values.
So I mean, quick question to everybody: if he hadn't been wearing such a nice quality tailored suit when the limo backs into his leg, I mean, would he have gotten as far with EE, and like would he have gotten as far as like he actually did? I mean,
No, that's the whole point of the book.
Well, this is even something I've thought about for a long time, because usually with like mental retardation and even just severe mental illness, right, like severe schizophrenics, is there you can see, right, that there's, you can actually see, right, very rarely do you run into one of them and they're a relatively attractive person, right? Because just maybe like just the strain and the disheveledness of it, right? Usually in forms of mental retardation, there's more sort of physical stuff going on, and that shows up. And then yeah, like you could, there's, so I think that's the thing, is that somehow, even though he's obviously disabled in some way, right? He has a placid expression, right? So yeah, he has a nice suit, but it's also that he is relatively attractive, and that he doesn't, he's not like drool, right? He doesn't have any of those forms of retardation where you can visibly see it, right? So by him being pretty average, slightly on the attractive side, right? I don't know if they say he's attractive, but yeah, he's probably like above average, right? He's maybe not a model, but or maybe he is. He says that he reminds himself of somebody on the TV, right? But yeah, because he doesn't look retarded, and then he's quiet about it, people have to automatically assume, well, is he smart, or or what, right? What's he got going on? There's an assumption there.
Well, the suit thing, if you look at the supposed plagiarized uh, um, thing from Poland, which is supposedly the base story for this, is that the guy had a tuxedo, he was hungry and wanted to, partake in a party meeting, and therefore goes into the party meeting just because he just happened to have a tuxedo. So the tuxedo is actually fairly central to that story. And so I would posit to say that it's right place, right time, right language, right this and that, and that if you are in those right places, and the question to the room would be, have you ever found yourself in a similar situation where you just happened to have like the right shit on, and then maybe your party got lame, and then you're like waiting for a taxi, and then someone's like, hey, what are you doing? It's like you're looking the part, and then you go into this whole different other sphere, or because you're actually already dressed up, which may be the only time that you dress up like in the last 5 years, is that you get into other things just because you're looking the part, da 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 da, and then you can just sort of play the part, and then all of a sudden you can play the part by knowing or being ignorant. But again, those metaphors come back to the general pleb, sort of like pleb into hero sort of thing. But has anyone ever experienced that, where you've been in a situation where you've sort of gotten elevated because you were fancy pantsed, or for whatever reason you were in the correct garb for something else, and then got sucked into a completely different social situation without your buddies, without everyone else? And then has anyone ever gone through that?
So, I mean, not directly, but I would say, like, when I've had to do something important at a bank, or like, I'm dealing with some type of administration or something like that, I will try and dress a bit better, just because I know that you will be treated different than if you go in with just jeans and, like, you know, street, like, style code type of thing. If you actually, like, dress like with the khakis and, like, a sweater, collar, maybe even a tie or something, you will be treated better. Like, they'll give you more latitude. So, like, I can't think of a specific scenario like that, but it's just something that I'm aware of, right?
Well, I'll tell my story because it seems like no one's really picking up on it. But I've been in certain situations where I've had to go to, you'll catch me in a three-piece suit on like weddings, funerals, and bris. That basically I'm not bar mitzvahs and shit like that, but mitzvahs. But I won't go generally into the thing. But what I've found is that I can actually find myself in crazy situations if I look the part, and then I can actually go into the situation. So I've actually, Beastie Boyed my ass into different things what I shouldn't have been into. But then because you're playing a certain part, then you can kind of fulfill that part. But I can't stress enough that I think that this is a pleb movie, and it's like the thing that, like, what this denigrated itself in the 80s into being like Rambo, right? Like, oh, I'll just go in and take care of the Vietnam War, one commando, one man alone, and then next thing you know, like, you solve all the country's things. But I think that this is a much more innocuous thing, and then just also just to hit on like the fact of how challenging this was for Peter Sellers, and how challenging it was for his handlers, his agents, and everything else. He did not want to, or he wanted to portray this as the sort of neutrality character to preserve the book, and he was fighting all the time with the director, who wanted him to show more personality, and he was like, no, absolutely not. The only way we can do this is this way, and that's what made it a masterpiece.
Where do you watch the movie? Is it still out?
Oh, it's everywhere. You can find it on YouTube if you know what to look for, or Video Motion.
I'll drop a link later of where I download, because like I said, I didn't end up watching it, but a few months ago I downloaded it and I never got around to watching it, so I can re-drop that in the chat after this. But it kind of reminds me, because it's something you learn about in film school. There was a Russian early Russian filmmaker right after the Russian Revolution, named Eisenstein, I think it was. And early on, he just had stock footage and he just cut it together. So he did a lot of the early experiments in editing, because what he found, right, it's kind of taken as an example these days, but the concept that, you could cut between different scenes and you just didn't need to keep, because back then, like early on, right, they would just roll out a piece of film and roll out another piece of film. But what he did was he would cut things together. And so he took like stock footage of like an actor with a very neutral expression. And what he did was he showed that, like, he would take that same neutral expression, right, and he would show like a piece of food before it and then show the guy's expression and ask people, what's he feeling there? And they'd be like, oh, he's clearly hungry, right? And then he took the exact same expression and he showed like a casket before, and then what's he feeling there? Oh, he's obviously feeling sad, right? It's very much this idea that people project on, they make an initial assessment, right, either positive or negative of something, and then they will try to maintain that assessment. They'll find proofs of it, until they finally run into something that they can't disregard, right? But that is to say, once somebody has made a decision, and I think that's what falls into the last 2 years. Once somebody falls into a certain decision pattern, until you give them something so painfully overwhelming, they will keep finding an excuse, right? So even there at the end of this book, right, where both the Russian, ambassador and the U.S. president are like, who is this guy? And it's like, we have nothing on him, guys. We have nothing, right? At that point, they try to decide. It's like, oh, is he just a nobody? No, because they've decided that he's obviously a brilliant person, right? So then they have to, concoct a more complex story around him, right?
He's one of them because he had the right shit to the other suppositions that you were hitting on. And because he's one of them, he gets elevated, right? So, like, just to hit on exactly what you were just hitting on, it's like if you go into, so having crashed many parties in my time as a young bachelor, it's like you go in and you hold your pinky up when you're drinking the teacup. You know how to navigate the multiple forks and spoons. As long as you know what you're doing with that kind of stuff, the other people notice that kind of stuff. Like a lot of, like, plebs will come in and it's like, well, I'm just going to grab the fork closest to my plate and fork. Like the rule of thumb is you work your way in from the outside, right? So like you're first going to get served a salad, then before you eat, you let other people start eating, then you sort of pick at it a bit, and then someone starts a conversation like, yes, that's very good, Jim, and then you poke into that, and the next thing you know, you can be talking. But those players that are on that superficial layer aren't really the players that you're looking for, because once you get to the players behind that, you're looking at people wearing jeans, wearing Timexes. They don't have to prove their wealth or their worth. So the actual players behind the scenes are different. But to get to those layers, you have to sort of play your cards, assumptively. You're always, slightly tapping your lips because there may be some kind of remnant of something that you're doing. Is sort of like a polite conversation thing. But as you get more and more into those layers of like power and echelon, the more you see all of that shit drop off, where basically people are being slobs and no one even gives a shit anymore at that point. But it's like, to get through, the people that are in power are surrounded by those people in power, and that's what you see with these upper echelon things, with the doctor and with the other people that are sort of like embracing him as a savior. It's that, oh, his ineptitude is a ingratiation of how he's in that upper layer of power, right? And I don't know if people really get what I'm laying down there, but it's there's something there that you can only experience, I guess, or something.
But I mean, the thing is, if we think about Chance the character, I mean, only us, the audience, is aware that he's actually as inept as he is, right? I mean, because he's watched TV and he's picked up on like various social cues and stuff like that from TV shows, it's like to them, you know, they don't know he is inept, right? It's like, and he's not even, because he's so like humble and honest, you know, there's like, they keep looking for something but they just can't find it. So I'm sure he comes off as like very, very confident and self-assured. um but like, I mean, they're not aware of that. Only us, the audience, are aware that, you know, he's pretty much a simpleton, right?
Yeah, but again, it comes back down to the pleb thing, right? It's exactly the way that you just illustrated that. It's the pleb thing. It's exactly that, right? It's what you're told by the TV. This is another pleb metaphor, right? And that dream of like
Right.
becoming elevated.
Right, but I mean, it, he, for all intents and purposes, simply wants to be a gardener, right? Like, that's what he knows. You know, he's not even looking in terms of being a pleb or a patrician or, you know, whatever. He's just sort of going with the flow. Like, I mean, when I was reading this, I was kind of reminded of Forrest Gump, which is also a novel. And I think clearly the guy that wrote Forrest Gump in 1986, um, you know, he has like pulled from this story. But the difference between Forrest Gump and Chance, like in terms of them both being characters that are similar, it's like with Forrest Gump, everybody knows he's an idiot, right? Um, and like, you know, he just goes. So that's like sort of the difference between these two characters. It's like with Chance, nobody knows he's an idiot except for us, the audience. But like with Forrest Gump, like the reader, the audience, like we all know Gump is an idiot, but the other characters in the movie, you know, they know he's a simpleton as well. And somehow he manages to like have all these like great things happen to him, um, while everybody knows that he's an idiot, right? So I mean, yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, I was trying to see if the guy who the what's his name, Winston Groom, who wrote Forrest Gump, like I'm trying to find whether he was actually influenced by being there. I mean, it seems like he was,
Like I
but
think
I
I
mean,
think they were both influenced by Candide, right? If you guys look up Candide by Voltaire, I've never actually read it. I've always meant to read it, but it's the same. Like I'll just read like the tale of Candide begins in the castle of Baron Thunder ten Tronc in Westphalia, home to the Baron's daughter, Lady Cunegonde, his bastard nephew Candide, a tutor. And so that's the thing. It's like it's the same thing where like yeah he like sorry. So I mean that it makes me even think. So maybe it's even that it's like his daughters, right? So maybe Chance is actually the old man's grandson, right? His daughter was an idiot, and of course maybe he still I still want to throw incest in there, but I'm not sure. But like you know there might be a double embarrassment or something there like that, right? Or maybe just that yeah his retarded daughter got knocked up, and so then he just you know of course she died, and so yeah he didn't know what to do with the bastard.
I mean, we really get no evidence of this, right? And I mean, there must be a reason why Kosinski does not give us any evidence of what you're saying there.
Hey,
Well,
Adrian,
there's
Adrian, for context, I'm just gonna give context to what Wog mentioned before about the plagiarism. This guy, okay, he was he lived in Poland when the Second World War happened, and he actually survived the Holocaust by because he's a Jewish guy, right? And he was in the middle of the war in Poland, so he survived the Holocaust by he was adopted by this Catholic family, and they kind of like faked his like this identity that you know like that he was not like a Jewish person. And later on, this guy, the way he came into United States, he basically like forged all of these documents to pretend he had this foundation, right? That it was like a charitable foundation and all of this, like, and he basically made up all of these things to in order to immigrate to the United States, all fake. And then like a bunch of critics say that his books are like basically a copy of like like many like Polish books that like they were never translated. So like the implication is that he just like stole all of that and like like claimed it as his own and like translated it and like including this one. So yeah, I guess there's some autobiographical stuff in there.
And I think he killed himself too, right? Like I mean he there was something like apparently like all of these accusations of plagiarism and stuff like that took a toll, and then like apparently he took a bunch of drugs and like put a like bag over his head or something, and like he was suffering from multiple illnesses at the time, but like that's how he killed himself too. He put a bag over his head, and there's like I forget what the quote is.
But I mean, I
Yeah.
would say that there are lots of hints, right? Like I said, there's the picture of him as a with him as a kid, the fact that he raises him, the fact that all of his suits fit him, and it's such a common trope that it doesn't need to be hinted at anymore, right? Like Candide's the one I can think of, but I know there's other ones like even like in and it goes back to the Middle Ages, right? The idea of like keeping your bastard around, but never like because you feel somewhat guilty and then you keep it around, right? It's I mean that like there was even not to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it yet, but Mad Men, it's a so I mean it's such a common trope, this idea that why is this kid in this person's household, right? It's obviously some relationship, right? Some genetic relationship, and then some embarrassment around it, right?
Well, and I want to hit on something that happened with the movie is that Peter Sellers was very adamant to Hal Ashby that this character must remain neutral Zen master at all points in time. Hal wanted to make him more human and appeal to the viewer, and Sellers was like, "No, we absolutely can't." And if you watch the bloopers at the end of the movie, you'll see that Sellers broke contact many times during filming. It was very difficult for him to hold on to what was going on, but it was absolutely key to that movie becoming what it was. And Forrest Gump is basically, a neutered version of that just retards the population. But I mean, if we look at like the population in 1971, they're fairly woke, right? They're coming into the 60s, the 50s. They had like the ability to buy a house, work for a couple of years, buy a house, have kids, have the chick, drink your beers, water ski, have the boat. It was sort of the golden times of humanity there. And what we have with when you see Forrest Gump is you're basically looking at retarded, again, to use the metaphor of the main character as the plebs. Then you see like just how retarded shit got, right? It was like, and I'm personally, I don't have that much background with Forrest Gump. I just can't watch it. I've watched the first 5 minutes and I've fallen asleep every time.
It's also
I
based
just
on a
can't
book
do
that
it.
I guess is even like he like goes into space and stuff like that. Like I actually think I've never read it, but I've always meant to because like at some point he even goes into space, right? So the adaptation of the movie, it's a fucking baby boomer jack off. I mean, I liked the movie when I was younger and whatnot, but later on I realized it's baby boomers jacking off about. I was like, oh, look at all the crazy stuff that happened in our lifetime, right? But in the actual book, like yeah, he like even goes like into space as like an astronaut. And I realized, I wonder if that's actually the Simpsons episode, which was a very early Simpsons episode, actually before Forrest Gump came out, where he goes into space, right? The idea of the idiot everyman going into space to revive. I'm very curious if that episode was just a ripoff, actually, of Forrest Gump, even, right?
Well, I don't, the Forrest Gump metaphor is there because there's a thirst for, like, again, back to like the Rambo going over and solving the shit in the 80s. I mean, this was like, so this was Zen master, this is also the arrival of Tibetan Buddhism in North America at the same point in time. Kosinski, it's been posited that his grasp of the language wasn't even at any kind of level where he could have done it. So at the very least, he had a ghostwriter. At the very worst, it was just basically a plagiarizing thing that was Hollywoodized because he was hanging out in the same group, right? I mean, you're hanging up in Malibu Canyon that has like the CIA, the this and that, the Mansons, the whole shitstorm, Jim Morrison's dad, and you have all these things like sort of coalescing back into that Malibu Canyon, which was the influence of the 70s, right? I mean, that was the worldwide influence, was like the hippie dippy weird shit that was coming out of that. So when we talk about Kosinski, I think that we're talking about something bigger, and and then when you look at his, and it's been posited because I've gone down various rabbit holes with being there already, is that there is bigger influences that might have been done to that. But again, back to like the metaphorical speaking of it, is that people don't say what they mean, people don't mean what they say. It's, you don't know what's going on, and then who is elevated to power. I mean, it basically is like the guy who has the cleanest whistle history, right? And it's like you're looking at these weird sort of situations, and then you're like, especially at the I mean, the end, right? It's like where you're just like, well, shit, what are we gonna do here? Is like, well, we need someone. I mean, the only person that we can really think of is like, it's Chauncey. We've got to get Chauncey up here, like, and literally, that's the kind of stuff where, so what would he be as a president, vice president, whatever differentiation you can do between the movie and the book, is like, you really want someone that you can have all of the influence and none of the responsibility, right? And that's really where we're at. And it's gotten to such, so that book times 40 years, you get into the joke of having someone with dementia, in terms of being the leader of the free world. And this is where we're at. I mean, this is literally where we're at. So you take that, you times it, and then you end up with this.
Well, it's all about. I mean, it's even the whole Xi and Trudeau conflict, right? Because on our sides we see, Trudeau, getting cucked by Xi, but the leftists want to. Now, of course, some of it's dishonest, right? Where they want to say like, oh no, see, there was that terrible comic writer for. I'm sure you guys all say it, whatever his name is. I don't want to say his name, but he writes for the Red Star, or he draws for the Red Star, right? He like had an interpretation where it's like, oh, and of course, some of that you have to somewhat, and I'm not saying I'm an expert on it, but there's some subtleties there of like the way that Chinese kind of conduct business and kind of berate somebody, right? It's almost the subtlety of it speaks volumes to it. So I mean that's the way I interpreted it, and yeah, Trudeau seems very sort of, but it all comes down to. But of course, I can't take myself out of the fact that I know that Trudeau's an idiot, and that she's a clever guy, and that nobody respects Trudeau, and unfortunately to a further extent, therefore nobody respects Canada. But of course, everybody interprets. They decided that what their opinion is before they're presented with any sort of actual facts, right? That's just how people operate, right? By the time you're an adult, you've formed a worldview, and you continue to operate under that worldview, and new data you instantly reject it or adapt it or whatever the moment you interpret it, right?
But I don't think anybody can really say, if you look at the Xi Trudeau exchange, I mean, you can't really say that Trudeau was like slamming Xi down there in a polite way. I mean, anybody that has like even half a brain can see that like she was like dressing him down right there in
It
public.
comes
Like
down
I
to,
mean,
like I said, it's
like
cultural differences, right? So Trudeau maintains eye contact. So to Westerners, that shows confidence. And actually, even in this book, in being there, right, there's a point at which I think I think it's when he meets the president, that he's like, oh, whenever the president is speaking, he's staring straight at the camera. So I'm going to stare straight at him, right? That kind of intense
right,
thing,
right.
right? Whereas, like I said, there's subtleties here of Asian culture and stuff like that, like that by not that you could say show that, yeah, the fact that she just kind of keeps turning away from him, talking mostly to the interpreter, like he's talking to, like, yeah, like he's not even acknowledging his existence, right?
Yeah, no,
So
that's exactly. Continue on, saying.
oh yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, it's almost like he's talking to the waiter through his butler or something like
No,
that,
no,
right?
he
Yeah,
100%. That was like super disses, like on multiple levels, like Asian wise. That's like, I'm not even gonna look at you because you don't have anything to
You
offer,
disgust
right?
me. You like that it's actually like he's showing almost a form of disgust at
Yes,
Trudeau. And of course, like I said, so that's the thing, is
yes,
that from a purely Western, right? The fact that Trudeau made, right, he's almost less like the Chauncey Gray. He's just an idiot, and so he just continues. He's like, oh, what do I do? Well, I'll continue to stare at him and pretend like I'm attentive, right? Because that shows I'm engaged, right? What was it?
But I mean, when Trudeau walks away too, and the camera follows him. And I mean, a lot of that is the framing of whoever filmed that exchange too, right? I mean,
No,
we see Trudeau,
that's the
yeah,
Canadian press corps that was there, and they
right.
didn't. That was like sort of a mistakenly sort of captured thing, like that. That was
Oh,
totally
okay.
off the cuff of what happened. It wasn't even supposed to be like a confrontation. Or maybe they thought that he was going to really show how much he's going to stand up, and it turned sideways, and they just had to release it anyways. I don't know, but it was a faux pas for them to release it, because if they really had truly, control of that thing, what G was saying there was, if we talk about something like in closed doors, you can't leak it, and if you leak it, then whatever. And there's actually another interpretation that's floating around on the internet, unverified as now, but basically G, as he walks away, whispers something under his breath, and it's like it's super not good. But I mean, the thing is that what in that exchange, what you saw was a cucking, right? Trudeau's on point, Trudeau's on message, he's doing all the same things. Xi is just not having anything of it and just saying, no, this is not the way it's going to go. And yeah, the respect of like looking you in the eye, it's distasteful. It's just like for us, it's distasteful. I can't even look you in the eye because you're not even respecting like our right to have like a private conversation. You leaked everything out, and then now we're sitting here with airing everything in public. But it was a Chauncey Gardner moment. Xi's realizing that he's looking at Chauncey Gardner, and and this is actually applicable. This is another reason why I thought this was applicable for this whole thing. You're looking at a person, like, it's not like the difference is the PM is an active participant. Chauncey was a non-active participant, basically getting zened into all these things, right? But you're almost better to have like the zen guy that's just locked into it from some kind of like pleb upbringing than you are to have someone that's like used to play acting, and Trudeau just needed to get out his little soundbite so that it seemed like he was all being in control of it, but then he ran away immediately. It's like, well, why? Because he knew no one else was going to talk to him, or because he was vibrating on the inside? I mean, it's literally like you're better off with like the idiot that's doing Zen shit than you are with the play actor pretending to know what the fuck's going on. I mean, he just basically got his pee-pee spanked in front of the world.
So I mean, just to touch on what Zink was saying, that like Toronto Star cartoonist that like tries to reinterpret it, or like I'm gonna say reimagine the situation where it's like Trudeau is actually sticking it to Xi. I mean, like, I'm sorry, like it just like, obviously I'm coming out at it from like, people like us, like our frame of reference, right? But I mean, like, I think even some smart leftists are like, no, 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 Trudeau got dressed down there. Like, I mean,
Well, his
you know what I
comic
mean?
even
Like,
shows that he wasn't right, because like he showed, like, in that stupid comic, he shows like she getting angry. That's the entire point. She doesn't get angry. Like, it's a bigger beration, because the Chinese actually tend to be very, very blunt, right? When they're being subtle and passive aggressive like that, it's a much more overt statement, right? Like, that he's very just dismissive, and he's just like, that's just not how this is done, and then he walks away, right? The fact that he won't even address you, right? It's super dismissive, right? But in this comic, it's like, oh yeah, Trudeau's just passively sitting there taking it, and this guy's like having a meltdown. No, this guy's just, and Trudeau's like trying to make an excuse. It's like, oh well, that's just what we do, right? Like, you can tell Trudeau's just like standing there, not really, right? Because this guy approached him. You know what I mean? Usually Trudeau, and we've seen it all these things, right? Trudeau is trying to get any attention anywhere, right? Everybody ignores him. Everybody, right? And like I said, the biggest problem here is that this then becomes a metaphor for how Canada gets treated, right? But the fact that she hunted him down, and then did this, and then of course doesn't even properly acknowledge him as somebody worth talking to directly, right? Talking more to the interpreter. It's just like, pass this message on to this guy. I got to get, it's clear that even the leftists know that Trudeau, was pretty much completely disrespected, and by extension, Canada.
Well, in reality of Asian interpretation, that was total disrespect, because any mentioning of anything to someone's face is basically a trick down. Like there is protocol that's involved with Asian culture, and that kind of stuff that what Trudeau like set himself up for some unknown reason. You know, maybe he thought he could just like do the same play acting thing that he could do with other people. I don't know, but it literally is uh like what Zink was saying. It's the highest form of disrespect is what was shown
He's
there.
calling him an amateur. That's the thing, right? In the entire thing, he just said, "You're an amateur. Your country's an amateur," right? I mean, that's the biggest problem here. Is it's not just she ripping on Trudeau. It's pretty much him saying, this is how we're going to treat Canada from now on, right? You guys aren't a serious country. That's the biggest problem with what we saw there.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get this Kosinski shit over with, and then we can talk about geopolitical shit, because I think if we can, like, I think there's a parallel there to be drawn, and I'll let you guys make your own conclusions. But let's get the Kosinski shit over with. Any further thoughts on the actual novel itself?
Yeah. So, where was I gonna go? Yeah. So, you know, I don't know. Like I don't know how these scenes played out in the movie, but like, I guess the sex scene
Yeah,
or like,
I was what?
no,
Yeah,
no, non-sex scene. Um, it's just like I don't know. Like I don't think that EE would actually be that unaware at that point. Well, I mean,
unaware of
unless
what?
well, like just unaware that there's something wrong with this guy. Like I know what you guys are saying, that like people are projecting how they think that he actually is, and then once they formed that like state of mind, you know they're just not going to let it go. It's like it comes back to like saving face and you know like holding up. It's like, and also it comes back to like humans not being able to admit when they're wrong about something. um I mean, we see that in like the Elizabeth Holmes case too. um you know but anyway, that's another story.
Well, I mean, to
My,
be
my
to be entirely clear, I mean, EE is essentially usually the Chauncey, right? She's obviously just where she is because she's a pretty face, right? And she allows other people to project themselves on her, right? And so in this case, and she
right.
even says it, right, that he listens, right? She doesn't realize that, yeah, that yeah,
So I mean, I guess if what you're saying there is true, that she is sort of like the female version, not retarded or mentally handicapped in any way, but like, she's just like not that bright. She's just a pretty face. If that's what it is, then I guess it could track that in the sex scene slash non-sex scene, really, um, that she wouldn't notice that there's anything up with him at that point. I mean,
Yeah, but that's back to the
right,
pleb. That's back to the pleb disconnect, right? I'm like, what we're talking about is like a guy who wants to watch football instead of having sex with his wife, right? We're back into the pleb. Like, I think there's a bigger metaphor there that it seems to be like sort of under the covers. But as far as I interpret the book, and pardon my French, but I haven't read it in like 5 years or something like this. But there's something like to that is the like ether, like what he's encapsulating. I think what my opinion is of what's being encapsulated there is that there is something wrong with the general plebbership, and he's pointing this out in 1970s, and now 40 years later we see exactly where we're at with it. So I mean, that's just where I'm coming from.
so Wog, by pleb, like, what do you mean? Just like everyday people, sort of
Yeah,
like,
the general population that
right,
is,
right.
you know what I mean? And it's like the same thing. It's like, honey, get out of here. Like, I know you want to kiss right now, but I'm watching the football game, like the you know what I mean?
Right.
And the sitcoms all hit on that too, right? You get this sort of thing where it's like people are so basically to take it to the nth level is like you're more interested in what's going on TV than getting your primal instincts fulfilled, let's say.
But I mean, if you think about it, like he just has no frame of reference for anything sexual, right? Like, I mean,
Well,
and
supposedly according to the setup, yes.
Right. So, and I mean, this is something that I sort of had a problem with too. It's like, you know, um, I feel that he might have had, like, if this was an actual person, that there might actually be, like, he couldn't be that stoic in that
Well,
type of
that's why there's a
situation, right?
metaphor. That's
Right.
what
I
they're
mean,
telling
like,
you, and
yeah.
that's why Peter Sellers insisted to Hal Ashby that this had to be the Zen master the whole way through. Be more human. He's like, no, I will not do that, and they had huge fights about it. And Peter Sellers was like, no, I will continue to make it moot the whole thing through. Carlos, go ahead. I see your speaker open, Carlos. So it seemed like you wanted to get in here, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyone,
No,
go ahead.
keep going. I'll jump on later.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
Well, as a woman reading this book, that was probably one of my chapters that I didn't. I had to remind myself that they described him as a good-looking man. He drew attention in the room, and everyone wanted to be around him for whatever reason. I came across it. He was. I still can't get Peter Sellers out of my mind playing that role because I had him pictured so much different. But that scene was one that, oh God, how do I say it? Like, I just like, I guess I couldn't put myself in with that type of person. But if he was that attractive and tall and in his suits and coming across as a gentleman and getting the ear of the president and coming across the way he did, you'd want to bed him, especially, a woman of her stature and good looking and catered to and no want. But her pleasing herself, it was kind of like, yeah, I had to remind myself, well, this was back in the 70s, but it's like, well, we all know how to do that. And it's one of the best. But I don't know, that chapter just fell short with me. It just, I don't know. It just fell short.
Again,
I know what you
the
mean.
book was written as a screenplay, guys. You're gonna have to realize that it was basically plagiarized, and it was adapted, and it became that book was written to become into a movie, and it's not complete. The novel itself is not complete. What it's pointing at is sort of complete in terms of what the themes are underlying of it, but of course, yes. But the other thing is, um, you're dealing with a grown man autist, right? Like he can service himself, right? It's one of the first things that you teach retards themselves to, and every boy figures it out on himself. And it's like, why would you complicate it with this other thing? Because you don't have a need for that. Because remember, this is pre, porn and all these other kind of times. So it's like this idea of someone else completing you, it wasn't really, we were on the cusp of something there in the 70s, and then it got sort of obfuscated again back into the 80s. But there's something there to that. But
But he doesn't even
you're talking about
masturbate. It
simpleton.
even talks about he doesn't even he's incapable even of that.
And I mean,
Which points to something else.
I mean, just to jump in here, back to EE. I mean, did anybody pick up on the fact that, like, she's willing to cheat on her husband? Like, okay, I know he's dying and stuff like that, but it's like, that I found, like, a little bit interesting. It's like she's willing to cheat on him. Like, I mean, he's still alive,
Yeah,
And
that hit me.
yeah,
That
That's
hit me
why I
right
called.
away, though.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's why I
Like,
called her shallow.
Yeah, but it's not even
It's
Right.
about that,
almost
guys. It's
implied that the husband is letting it
new,
well,
happen.
like
Yeah, he's
new. Yeah,
he's much older, and he's a
yeah,
powerful
but
guy. So
it's deeper than that, guys. Is once you get into these upper echelon shit, like it's not. They don't view things the way that we view things. It's like all this stuff is fluid. They don't care. It's literally like they've evolved past it because they understand a deeper understanding of human connaissance, right? And they understand what goes on. People have desires, people have needs, and people, it may be more exciting for whatever. And it's like if you can get yourself out of the jealousy thing, which they all have, because it's like, do you think that the wife of a billionaire doesn't know that he's like fucking a 23-year-old with like a hottest body ever? It's like foolishness to so they know all this stuff, and it's not a big deal in because you're getting evolved to a certain point where it's like we already know this is going on. You have enough money in your bank account because you're my wife, so you have like 1/10 of what I have in my bank account, and we all know that we're screwing each other. So it's not it's
well,
again it's that
to
elitist.
me wasn't that idea that she would cheat or anything. To me, it was more like, okay, she met this guy like 3 days ago, right? And like they don't know anything about him, so that to me was like yeah, like the kind of satirical part, right? Where like they're so vapid and shallow that like she's willing to like just like lay it out to this guy who they have like they know nothing about deep down.
Well, the entrancement that got him into the higher echelons of power is the same entrancement that got him to be intriguing to the other people, right? Like that Zen movement. And that's like what I was like hitting on earlier. If you crash a party and you can zen it out far enough, you're gonna get like, the billionaires fucking business cards, like here's my direct line, just call me anytime. It's like what just happened? Like, I don't know.
I mean, they're
If you
all
can.
in love with him. That's the point, right? Now, in the case of of EE, and then the guy he meets at the dinner, right? It's the president loves him, the ambassador loves him, right? They're all in love because, like I said, he's a mirror, he's a reflection of themselves, right? So even though they're not sexually interested in him, right, because of their orientation, they are just as much in love with him, right?
Well, but like he's a reflection of them without ego, though, right? Like it's like it's like I guess like these people have to fence with their egos all the time, right? And the fact that like with him, it's not like the interaction is, so it's more like passive, right? Like I think that's why they love him so much. There is no ego to fight back, right? Just like an empty vessel.
So I'm gonna put this question to the room. So I mean, it says here the novel was released in 1970, and then the movie of Being There was released in 1979. I haven't seen the movie, um, but my question to the room is: could this movie be remade in the context of contemporary times? Like, could they remake this now with like all of the technology and stuff that we have right now? Could this be like, reborn, like the storyline in like a contemporary setting right now?
With the woke, I don't know.
Well, I mean, not just the woke, like everything that we have in our time right now, the internet, like instant communication, you know, arguably like loss of privacy, pretty much. You know, I mean, could you still have a character that has no ID, and no
You have it
birth
all over the
certificate?
place. You have it all over the place. There's lots and lots of people who don't exist that do exist. Both, I mean, you in China, we know it happens, but even in the U.S., right, with illegals, but and in certain
Right.
small religious communities, right, it happens
but but
all the
but
time.
but could a character like Chance be elevated to such a high level in today's society, without somebody coming to the realization, he really is there's no info on
So
him.
there's actually two
Like
examples of this recently because I know I didn't see Elizabeth Holmes was supposed to be sentenced today. I didn't see what the result of that was, and then
11 years.
this Bankman guy, right? These people who just come out of nowhere and quickly get given this wonderkind status, right? It happens all the time in tech, right? This wonderkind.
Right, but that's different because like they do have birth certificates and ID and like
Well,
I
then
mean
it catches
because
up with them because
you
then
know
later on
I
we
mean
find out that they were actually put there, right? Very few of them were actually wonderkins, right? Like a lot of them actually come from money and backgrounds and stuff like that, right?
right.
I mean, even Musk, right? His family had diamond mines, right? Bill Gates' parents were well to do. You know, the Zuckerberg, right? All these people actually, right? But they're initially, right? Initially, nothing's known about them. So it's the blank slate, right? It's even this whole thing with Obama, right? When he originally showed up, he very quickly advanced because nobody, and even now still nobody can find certain records on him right now. That's but so that's it's exactly like it's harder to be more unknown now than it was in the past, right? Because like I said, people, kids these days, have stuff that they put out on Facebook, when they were in junior high and stuff like this. So it's harder, but that's why I'd say that it's even more valuable now, right? That people just automatically, right? Like one day you're introduced to somebody on the news, and the next day, very, very quickly, they become very, very important.
But I mean you think that this story in particular like with Chance um you think that it could be redone today and still be believable?
Even more so, I think.
Really? See, I don't think so. Um like I mean all of those examples like Bankman, I mean people knew him behind the scenes. He has like, a social
Well, that's why it's
security
catching up with
number,
them. That's
like
the
I mean
entire point. Is that if it's even more valuable to have no information on you, right?
right, but like I mean, but Elizabeth Holmes was from like well, like there is info on these people, right? Like
But that's
but
but like later on they found it, and that's what brought them down. Just like they gave the example of the vice president, this, but they were all, the ideas when they first got big and famous, nobody knew about them, right? That the story was just told to you, right? That Elizabeth Holmes, right, was just oh, she just came out of university and she had this great idea, right? Behind the scenes later on, you find out that she was just a puppet and all that, and that's of course what caught up with her and stuff like that, and that's why it's. But that's how they first try to phrase it. So if you have right, so this unknown rapidly rising thing is still the case, right? And of course then later on it does find out, but if you can't find out, then it does actually make them even more valuable, right?
well, I mean, I would say that like the not finding out would expose somebody like Chance today. It would be like, no, how can he not have like birth certificate or like any kind of like records while being a U.S.
Well,
citizen?
it was the same in the
Like I
70s. The
mean,
70s, there was no difference then. People had social security numbers, right? Like they said, tax forms. And so the moment that people find out that they have
right,
nothing, then it becomes even more impressive because they have absolutely nothing these days, right? But it's the same, right? All those basic sort of
right,
vital records. There's no fundamental difference in that stuff between that now and then, right? The bureaucratic state was in full swing by 1970.
right. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I
Just
think Marvel has their hand up. So
yeah, just go ahead, Marvel.
Oh, I was just, looking around at this FTX thing and all the people that had their hands in it and were using the money. The CIA has a publicly traded IPO, only one that I know of. I doubt there's only one, but one that I know of for sure. And it's like, is any of this stuff legal? I don't think so. But they're all doing it anyway, just matter of factly. I don't know what happens when it all spills out, but man, what a snake pit.
Exactly.
Oh,
There's
and that Holmes lady, I followed her deal when she got first arrested. I don't usually do anything, but I like TED Talks and whatever. And that's kind of how I fell into that whole. There's a documentary about all the shit she pulled, and that's just what they're telling you. But it's pretty bad. She's a psychopath, which is much worse. A narcissist is made, a psychopath is born. That shit can't be fixed.
Well, like I said, I mean, I'd heard of her years and years ago since I'm, somewhat involved in tech and all that stuff. Because yeah, people were just like boosting her. It's like, oh, she came out of nowhere, and oh, she had this great idea, right? This, like I said, it's an obsession they have. This idea of the wonderkind, right? And it's even, and it's always right. If you're going to start a startup, right, what you do is in your 40s, you find somebody to put out there because people like that. People, and it's happened again and again and again over the last several decades, right? That people like the idea that it's some young kid who came up with this, right? Even though it's not really.
I never followed back into her pedigree, like, what family she actually came from. I mean, when you started following some of these people back and finding out how they're all tied together, it gets a little more sickening as you go along. I never went too far down any of those rabbit holes, but it's just there was some bizarre shit to learn about.
Yeah, I know Gates's family is connected. I know Zuckerberg's. I think maybe Steve Jobs was the only one that was actually whatever, but like that wasn't actually connected, right? Pretty much once that you start to rise, they get their hooks in you, though, right?
And the fact is if he wasn't connected, I'm kind of surprised anybody actually let him compete against Bill Gates. I mean, monopoly's monopoly. I mean, that is what Bill Gates is a monopolist. Well, a new world orderist too, but nonetheless.
Well, I mean, Ross Perot was backing Steve Jobs for a long time,
I
right? Like, so,
remember
yeah, yeah.
when I used to like listening to Ross Perot. This was before I knew all politicians were woefully crooked. Back during my innocence, before I woke up and realized that we've all been what did they call it? Um, it'll come to me eventually. But yeah, before we had the awakening, and well, when you get older and you find out that these people are all just wow, something else.
So what was interesting to me is like, yeah, and yeah, I don't know where he read. I mean, I knew stuff was like that back then, but yeah, because like with the gay scene, right, where like he just like pretty much like just the guy just has him like pretty much step on his wiener until he comes,
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
to me, it was weird because of course anybody who's been on the internet, right? Of course, anything you can think of, whatever. But yeah, I mean, obviously there was probably snuff like weird like underground videos like that at that time, but yeah.
Hostile. They say that was made after some weird shit that actually goes on. I don't know. Why not? Where do these ideas come from? I mean, think about it. I don't know. We found out that a lot crazier shit goes on than at least I could wrap my imagination around, and I always thought that I had a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I mean, Wog was saying earlier that, like, in the 70s, there really wasn't that much porn. I think there was, though. There was, like, the movie theaters and stuff like that where, like, they would
I
show
just dug out
porn
of
and
an
stuff like
antique
that, right?
box. I kid you not, because I'm getting my shit out of my ex boyfriend's property, and we now get along. And I had this burlap thing. It was wrapped around a bunch of little comic books, a whole series of them, and it was cartoon porn. And the burlap, somebody had drew a pornographic cartoon on it. That shit was from 100 years ago in my family back 100 years ago, or back to the printing press. Anyway, these little booklets were so old. I mean, I can't even remember the date on them. Somebody said, "What'd you do with them?" I said, "I gave them to him. I didn't want the shit." They said that might be worth money. I said, "I don't even care." But they're I mean, they're older than the hills.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no, I
kind
mean,
of
That had to be
interesting.
around.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, Marvel. Yeah.
I mean, in the history, I mean, pretty much the moment people started filming things, they started filming. But no, but I think in the '60s, actually, there's a you can look it up if you look like Obama mom porn star. There's a conspiracy going around that you can find this picture of this woman and several pictures of her. I don't know if it's ever hardcore, but it's a lot of softcore stills that looks very similar to Obama's mom, and is roughly the same age, in areas where she was at the time. So, I know that, yeah, especially there in the '60s, right? There was a lot of it was becoming more, yeah, it was becoming more well known. I think, right? I mean, to
Well,
to
it
a large
turns
extent,
out that these trends have been hiding for years and years and years. This goes back a long ways. It's just something that it was taboo, so they just did it very carefully. Them comic books, they went back way beyond the early 50s.
So
so
Adrian, like I was going to say, he didn't. There wasn't porn on the TV, and he didn't go to the movies. So and also you guys can fill me in. I didn't get the shoe thing. Like I
Well,
was
well,
lost on the shoe.
well, I think the guy just kept advancing things, but he is just standing there, and then the guy takes his clothes off and but he's just standing there, and then the guy sort of I don't know, I don't know, puts his penis on his shoe, and he's just sort of frozen in place, and then after the guy kind of tips back on the bed and falls asleep because he's satiated at that point. And
it's once
then
again,
yeah,
it's the
weird.
sexual projection, right? So this guy obviously, yeah, wants him to dominate, right? Because I think they pretty much imply that this guy is, as they call it, a bottom, right? He's the submissive in this, right? And so he initially wants something, right, but so he keeps trying to find I guess, yeah, it becomes this weird form of humiliation, right? In that, yeah, the guy is just so unresponsive to him that it drives the guy more and more crazy until, yeah, he pretty much is just yeah, letting him step up, right? It's the abuse and the humiliation and stuff, right? Once again, it's the projection, right? And that's what he's trying to really get, right? And so it just becomes more and more sort of bizarre, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely bizarre. I mean, yeah, that was it was pretty out there. I could see it being, and I don't know what the movie version of that scene would be like. Um, but yeah, I guess for 1979, it definitely would have been controversial.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to watch. I'll probably watch the movie after this. But yeah, and I'm guessing they probably just maybe hint at it or something like that.
Right, 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 right.
Because by
But
1979, yeah, it's probably not too.
was that before? Was that around the same time Midnight Cowboy came out?
That was 1969. So it's actually funny you bring that up because I was thinking, well, because obviously Dustin Hoffman narrated the one book, and of course I was, but when we were talking about the idea that just that if you dress up a certain way, right? Because anybody who saw Midnight Cowboy, right, is that, yeah, he dresses up, right? He lives in a dingy little apartment, but he dresses up to try and attract these wealthy older women and stuff like that, right? So he spends all of his money, and it even goes back to what we talked about in The Dying Earth with Liane, right, where he actually has nothing, but he does spend all of his money on trying to look the part, right, and that does allow him some amount of access into these things, right, so that he doesn't, beyond just having clothes that look nice, he doesn't actually have anything, but that's how he sort of gets by, is by looking more well-to-do than he actually is, right?
Right, right. Um, so Zink, do you know what year was Midnight Cowboy? Was it 69?
1969. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
pretty certain
right, right.
1969.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I think it was definitely but I don't think it was 1960. I think it was 1969.
Yeah, because isn't that the first movie that was nominated for an Academy Award that had an X rating?
It might have been. It might have been. I think I remember that. I can't think of any earlier ones that had the X rating.
Right. So, like, what's your take on the ending of this book, where he's on the path to become the vice president, and he walks out into the garden. He feels at home. What's your take on the significance of that?
Does anybody go first before I?
No, you go ahead. I just was personally, I thought he just wanted to be a gardener, and he, looked out at the garden, and they were leaving it just up to us to imagine that and to go from there. It was just up to us to view him staying there or being revealed or moving on or that.
So I think it's twofold. One, because it's the same as these other ones, right? It's this constant escalation, right? So either you keep escalating it. So does he become president? So I think at some point, right, it just becomes, how do you end this movie, as Walpole was saying, in this book, right? Because either A, it all kind of catches up with him and then they realize who he is, or but at some point, right, it might get more and more ridiculous. Because I think at this point, right, it kind of traces, right, that it's already kind of ridiculous, but it's like we've said, it's believable to some extent, that right, somebody could at least get factored in as right, whether or not he actually gets the nomination as the vice president, right, that they would have actually sat in that room and said, oh, what about this guy, right? Just as they're doing it, right? Because this is only in the course of a few days, and just kind of how quickly things can take place like that. So I think it's just sort of a way to end it, right? Because of course there's no, we can't imagine that he just stays in that garden forever. But I think it's so. I think my other interpretation of this, and in some ways this is influenced by my Mormon upbringing, but and I'm not saying that's the reason it comes. So in Mormonism, right, there's all spirits existed before they were born, and so like it's kind of the whole Garden of Eden, right? So at first he's kind of innocent and naive, and he exists in this kind of like spiritual thing, and then the idea is that once he enters the real world, he's given a new name, because actually Mormons, when they have a spirit name, and when you go to the temple for the first time, they tell you what your secret name is. They just pull it off a list, but you get this whole kind of idea, right? And it touches on that, right? That people play parts, right? So you get your earthly body and you play a part, and then but at the end you die, right? Because there at the very end, it's like he's no longer Chauncey anymore, he's just Chance again, right? So I think in some ways it's that same idea. Essentially it's kind of a reflection of the idea that and I don't think it was, but it's hard to deny that it's the idea of like pre-existence, existing, and just kind of going through all this kind of superficial stuff, but then in the end, right, that's all kind of stripped away, all those pretenses.
Right.
Are we gonna talk? Are we gonna talk religion in this? 'Cause I mean, I read a lot of like religious stuff into this. Not sure if you guys wanna approach that, but I mean, something that Singh mentioned that I just thought about, like the idea of like kind of leaving the garden, right? Like the same as like like Adam and Eve were like just were like super happy. They didn't have like, it was like a very simple life, right? Like where they lived, and like it's not like Adam and Eve wanted to get out of the garden, right? They like God basically kicked them out, right? Like it's that it wasn't voluntary, like move or anything. Like so like I just thought of that, like like the garden, like like her second name is Eve, so that that hit me like, okay, yeah, you can play around with religious concepts in there. And something else though, it's like, and even Walt mentioned that about like like kind of the Buddhist, like Zen, like idea. And like it to me it's really funny that like this guy here, right? Like he comes out of Zen just because like he's just being literal, and like and people like like just gonna read everything as a metaphor, right? And but no, he's just being like super blunt and like just like really inspired. And I just wondered that in contrast with like actual religion, right? Like whatever religion is just like what like we like let's say people interpret that as like yeah, like like just like the word of God. But what if it's just like just some trite stuff, right? Like to what point do we glorify stuff like that?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay out of the religious stuff. I don't know if anybody else has anything to add to that part of it.
Well, that's the thing. There's very much this sort of idea that, yeah, like that everything, right? That he just acts a certain way because that's what he saw on the TV, right? That's all the illusion, right? The garden is what is real, right? Whereas the TV and the pretenses of right, because of course he just does the things that he sees on the TV, but right, he very much implies that he sees no difference between it, right? And then there's the whole part like when he goes on the TV studio, right, and the camera's pointing at themselves, right? That people sort of even in the supposed real world, right? People act like they're on TV, right? That it's all fake and false, right? Whereas you know there in the garden is what's real, right? Go ahead, Jody.
Sorry, I lost you for a minute there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I didn't get a chance to finish the entire book, but for me, this movie or this book is about innocence. The character seems very innocent, and the people that are attracted to him are attracted to him because of that innocence. Am I off here?
I missed the title of the book.
Being there. Yeah, no, I think that's one thing to see in it. Yeah, is that he is. Yeah, he's
He's
because yeah
unjaded. He's unjaded, and I
yeah.
think that is a attraction from people in high society is that they are so jaded, and he represents this innocence, and that's where we all kind of start from before we become corrupt.
Well, I think that's the thing. By him only watching TV, because actually, books, magazines, and
Right.
movies, right, at this time could actually have a lot more kind of racy content. But TV at this time, like you said, right, he had no idea, right, because he'd be watching TV, and they'd start hugging and kissing as far as he was concerned, and then it would cut to another scene,
Yeah,
right?
and that was
So
the
he
end
never
for
fully
him.
understood.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was like, he was toward the end. I didn't actually get to the end, but I did kind of read a summary of it. Um, he seems almost happy because he's able to return to that simplistic state. Am I wrong here?
Well, like I said, yeah, no, like I said, it's very much kind of like I said, religious connotations, right? Like the veil fell away, right? That he was kind of going through these things and acting as Chauncey Gardner, right? But
Right.
once he saw the garden, right? Once he saw, heaven and whatnot, then all of that kind of fell away and was forgotten immediately, right? He forgets all of that.
Yeah.
It's out of his mind again.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do better for next week.
So actually, building on your point, Jody, about his innocence, when I was reading the first part of it, and I was, talking about his life and like how old Louise knew him, but like now there's a new woman that's in there, he doesn't like her, and like, you know, it's like it's actually quite a touching story. Um, in that first part, like, and then he's dealing with the lawyer and he just wants to tend to the garden, but they're like, no, no, you have to leave. And then like he leaves the gate, like that entire part that was like, wow, like this really is quite touching, like on an emotional level.
It is
But
because he's happy in his innocence. He doesn't want to leave that and complicate it, right?
yeah, absolutely. But then it sort of changes at the part when the limousine backs over into his leg. um then it's like I sort of lost that like touching feeling about it. which I guess you regain at the very end when, he's about to become vice president, or he's on track to become vice president of USA. And then he just walks out into the garden and he's at peace. So you kind of get back to it there, but throughout like the entire middle section of the book, it's sort of lost. I don't know if anybody else felt that as well.
Well, that's the thing. He's just going through the motions. At everything, he's just reacting. He's now in a new situation and he's reacting to that new situation, right? He's not really controlling anything because, of course, even though he's a simpleton, right, at least comes down to when it comes to gardening, he is very effective, right? He had full control over the garden, right? He was able to, make, an impact there and guide the growth and the progress of that garden, right? Whereas everything that happens to him after that, he never actually makes any really overt decision, right? He's just sort of dragged into other people's decisions everywhere he goes, everything he does, he just goes along with it, right? As they act upon him. And so that's sort of there is a curiosity there, and I have to go back and check it because there is a point where he's sitting there in the bedroom and he's like, "No, I'm not going to leave. I'm just going to stay here." And then he turns off the TV, and then it's like the whole like blue point, and it disappears. And so, some point there, I guess there is a point where he decides to like go out. He does decide to go out and everything. But then from that point on, right after he leaves that gate, he doesn't make any other decision until, of course, yeah, he re-enters the other garden.
Right, yeah. That's actually that point where he's watching the TV, says he won't go, then he turns it off and then it fades away. That is true. That was like, it's almost like he has just like switched in his mind, okay, he has to leave. Um, you know, the part when the lawyer presents him with the contract, which he ends up not signing, um, what was that? Just like so that he wouldn't have any claim against the estate. Is that it? Like he would be released from any claim to the estate.
So,
Oh, sorry,
go,
Dane.
no, go ahead.
I thought it was because he couldn't read and he didn't want to acknowledge that.
Well, no, well, he couldn't read. Um, and you're right, but like, what was the contract about? I'm forgetting. It was so that he would give up any claim to the estate. Was that it?
It seems like it.
Right.
I think it was that he was signing away any rights to the estate. He actually would have had rights, but he didn't know that and he couldn't read. So it was just about, he wasn't aware of that. I'm thinking.
Well,
Right.
that's the
Right.
thing. It's pretty obvious that the lawyer's trying to figure out because, I mean, I don't know a whole lot, but like regardless of any actual physical relationship, he was clearly, by not being employed, by not receiving a salary, by living with this guy all this time, a dependent, right? And so the lawyer, yeah, is trying to figure out. So because what also, because I actually tried to listen to it a couple times because I was confused who they were, but I'm like, oh, this must have been the lawyer from earlier. There's a scene where like, yeah, the lawyer is like sees him on TV and he's like, oh, I recognize that guy, and then of course it's diving into the lawyer, right? He's obviously like, I think he's like lost 2/3 of his investments in the stock market, and he's had to like sell off like, yeah, like some like cottage that his family had, and so because he's all worried about the economy and everything else. And so, and I wasn't quite sure because then we don't see anything with the lawyer. So obviously, whatever it was that we were supposed to get out of the lawyer there, like, is that why he's trying? Right? Is he trying? Because does the estate revert to the law firm, and he was hoping to maybe reclaim some stuff there. But then at the end of that, the last statement we hear from the lawyer, he's like, he should have gone into finance or something else, not law or whatever, right? But he's 40 and it's too late to change, right? And I think that's, so I was trying to figure out what that, and I think the point there is that it's not, I guess, too late to change, right? Um, I mean, of course, it's different now than before, and of course, I had it because I'm closer to that number now. But I mean, of course, being 40 in the 60s and being 40 now was a very different sort of situation. But I think even in the implication of that is that even 40 is not too old to sort of make a change like that. But this guy doesn't want to, right? Whereas, of course, I think it's pretty much implied that Chance is probably about the same age, right? He's probably in his like
late 30s,
late
early
30s, early
40s.
40s, right? He's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
young enough to be attractive, but he's obviously fairly old, right? He's not like that somebody, that people, had no. So I think it's probably implied that he is the same. So this guy, I guess in some ways the idea is that, going back to the idea, was Chance really trapped, or is this guy actually the one who's trapped, right?
So I mean,
Yeah, oh, sorry, Adrian.
no, go ahead, Clear.
Thanks. I just that brought up such a good point, the lawyer, and I meant to ask that earlier. They did, like the lawyer did, he saw him on TV, he couldn't figure out, even though they said his name, Gardner, Garden, this Chance didn't ring into him. And then they went nowhere with that. Like the lawyer never did, unless I missed it. Like it went nowhere. And that's kind of curious of how that didn't go anywhere. They didn't bring anything back in that's where I know him and go anywhere.
I think it's also just the fact that, like, the lawyer is pretty full of himself, and like in the interaction with Chance, like, you know, he is like trying to figure out what he's about, but ultimately the lawyer considers him to be nothing, right? I mean, I think the lawyer's
Yeah.
assistant, she more um was like more interested in him as a person and stuff like that. But I mean, even she doesn't really have any kind of real interest in him. Um, but she had more interest in Chance than the lawyer did, and it's like the lawyer is like he thinks he's seen him somewhere else, but he just can't place it because like he pretty much after that exchange he like considered him to be nothing, right?
Well, I think it
Um,
comes back to the idea of the first right, like I was saying earlier, right? The way that people decided, is this guy right? So when the lawyer was first introduced to Chance, he actually first hears him as the gardener, right? So when he comes into the office, he just sees a gardener, right? And then after talking to him, he decides, right? Whereas when other people see him, they assume, right? They don't know he's a gardener, so then they must
right.
assume that he's well dressed and he's, whatever, so he must be something more. So like when he sees him on TV as an important person, he can't recognize him because he can't recognize the guy he saw as a gardener, right? Who he never really acknowledged, and so now he can't see that, right? It's the same illusion, right?
Yeah, I miss that. I guess partly because I don't think that way. That, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's interesting though, like all of the people, so I mean, I was thinking about it, all of the people that could vouch for Chance's existence, like old Louise, she went back to Jamaica, but then she had died, so like she couldn't vouch for him being the gardener and that like he existed at the house. Um, the other woman that didn't speak English, who Chance does not like, she was relatively new in the house and like couldn't really vouch for anything. Um, yeah, the thing that I found interesting was though, like, why did none of these other characters, like old Louise, why did they never question, you know, about anything about Chance, the fact that he doesn't leave the house, he just tends to the garden, then goes to his room, listens to the radio, and then he was like got an upgrade, he got the color TV. It's like you would think that they would be asking questions, but then I mean, if they were
Well,
in
I
the
mean, I think the
country
implication is that
illegally,
they know who he
right,
was. Like they knew this, right? Louise had been there for a long time, right? So she
right,
probably knew whatever brought him there. She was probably in on it, right?
right, okay, yeah, or like, she just didn't want to ruffle any feathers, like for fear of losing her job or being deported or something like that. Like, I guess,
Well, I mean, that's maybe why
yeah.
she participated, but the idea is that she had been there since he was born, right? So
Right,
she
right,
she she had become complicit in it long before then. There was no questions for her to ask because she knew what the situation was.
right. I don't know, Carlo. You got anything else that you want to chime in with on this?
No, I think like Zink said what I basically what I wanted to say about like your question, like what it meant for the lawyer to not recognize him on TV is just basically he just dehumanized him so bad that like once he's like seen as a person he just can't reconcile that. That was it.
Right.
I can actually, if I could interject, you were speaking about why the other people didn't in the house didn't speak up for Chance. And it kind of reminds me of another of a movie that I saw that might kind of The Remains of the Day with Anthony Hopkins. And of course Anthony Hopkins is a long-term formal butler. And he resides in the house and he's been there for many, many years. And my mom actually used to clean houses for very wealthy people when we were very young, and we used to come along with her sometimes. And staff like in those type of very wealthy environments, they keep their noses to the ground. They don't ruffle feathers. They don't get involved. They don't ask questions. They just do their job, and they go off at the end of their day to their private room, and that is their life. So I don't know if that gives you any kind of like perspective of why the other staff might have just kind of, kept to themselves and not gotten involved, because it's your job, it's your employment, and you focus on doing what your job is, and that's a very old world way of doing things. We don't see that a lot anymore, um, in this big woke world, but still in the houses of very wealthy people like the staff, they just, it's very, very formal, and it's you just don't get involved in other people's affairs.
Hey, that's a book, by
Right.
the way, by Kazuo Ishiguro. That's an amazing book. If you guys would want to read about more
I
into
haven't
like
read the book.
if you, I mean, if you guys wanna like it kind of depicts this like code of ethics that like especially in the like in the British society that like the kind of servant class has, and it's super interesting. Thanks
Yeah,
for
it's
mentioning
really
the movie.
interesting.
Sorry, what?
I said, yeah, it's very interesting.
Sorry, can you guys say the title again and the author?
Yeah,
It,
the book is called The Remains of the Day, and the author of the book is Kazuo Ishiguro. He also wrote a book called Never Let Me Go, kind of another dystopian book that's they made a movie too. And this guy is amazing. He's a great writer. He's a Japanese. Um, he has Japanese descendancy, but he was born in the UK, and he's like a beautiful writer. He can write really well, and he's kind of obsessed with that, like the whole like kind of class, like especially like the servant class in like kind of the old ways in British, and he's kind of like bringing that out on that book, just like very kind of like a beautiful way to put it, like uh, in terms of like that code of ethics, and he makes of that like like just this layer, like subject without being too blunt. Anyways, recommend that book for sure.
I actually threw it in the bubble down below, the Wikipedia story about it, and you can get to the author through the links.
Awesome, thanks, guys. Yeah, I just did a little search on it just to see the remains of the day. Yeah, yeah.
It's a fantastic movie. I think it won a couple of Oscars.
Yeah, it says here 1993 it came out. Anthony Hopkins, Emma Thompson. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see this.
And if you watch that, you'll really get the mentality that um, in the house of the very affluent, the mentality of the staff. Um, and it's really very regimented. And so that might speak to, the attitudes of the people in this book, right?
Right, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
Excuse my
Hey.
sniffling.
Oh no, no worries, Jody.
Carlo, did you read the? Did you watch the movie after you read the book?
No, when I really really love a book, I tend to not watch the movie because I end up disappointed. So no, I didn't. Maybe I should because I really like Anthony Hopkins, like his acting. But like when I really really love a book that it's like I'm like amazed by the book. Like I just tend to ignore the movie because like whenever time like I've watched the movie after I read a really good book, like I'm like meh, like I'm not happy. So yeah, I ignored it on purpose.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you. Often you'll read a book and then you'll watch the movie, and they just edit out so much important stuff, and you lose the true story. Yeah, absolutely. But in this case, I'm now I want to read the book because the movie was just absolutely fantastic. But Anthony Hopkins is an exceptional actor, so you really have to have that as well. You can't make a movie about a book. You have to have the best talent. And this
Well,
is really great.
like like this writer though, he like his prose is so beautiful. Like it's a treat just to read the prose. So that's a reason if you guys ever want to read that book, like he can really write and like just make it so elegant and like like just like play with imagery without being like cheesy or anything. Like he's like one of the like OG like pros that would like they would really like use their prose to like as a more like stylized, right, like not just to sell, right, like nowadays like when writers used to like just celebrate like like even the prose make it like like as like impeccable as possible. Like he's one of those. So just for that, like even if you read like a couple of lines out loud, like you just feel like like more sophisticated because he's so great at writing prose.
Well, thank you. I'm going to read it.
So I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on being there. Yeah, anyone else, or Zink, you have anything to follow up with, or
Oh, I'm just scrolling, just looking at the history of this Jersey guy.
Well, I'm gonna say something that bothered me a bit. Like it's a lot of mention of like medication, and I don't know. I mean, obviously that kind of shows like like the kind of the way I'm feeling now about like everything that's happening to us now. But like it just felt to me sometimes like a lot of like and I was thinking, wow, a writer's being paid to like do like product placement for like all of this stuff. Like 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 he takes I don't know how many injections and like he's taking medication for the pain, and it's so like it's kind of glorifying of like like medicine, especially me who like I'm really into natural medicine, and I know like you don't need a lot of medicine, right? Like it's a lot of medicine, you don't really need it. Like you actually have like better alternatives when it comes to like natural stuff. So like I don't know if this is just like like it's just writers having this kind of wrong idea of like what like like the health system is, or it was just like it's an influence, or like are they getting paid to like it just feels like so it's like a lot of like emphasis on that I found unnecessary. I don't know if that bother any of you.
Well, that's one way I take the fact that he was hidden away there, is that because of course the old guy says, oh, you can't, if you ever leave here, you're going to be stuck in a mental institution. Because if we assume that this guy was probably about 40, then therefore when this was written, probably born in the 20s or 30s or whatever, right? That pretty much back then you would just get stuck into it was actually what was it, even up until like the 60s and 70s, they still had pretty much asylums, right? Like the gritty old ones. It was actually oh, Geraldo Rivera was one of his like first like groundbreaking like investigative reporting. Like he goes into this like very, like it was somewhere in New York there, like this very like poorly run asylum and stuff like this.
Yeah, for
Um,
the criminally insane.
well, it wasn't even criminally insane. It was just like an asylum, like, and it was just like, there was just like shit and piss everywhere. It was like completely disgusting. And this was the problem, right? Is that a lot of the asylums were closed because, of course, this is the problem we have, right? Is that you know why do you suddenly get a lot of junkies in the 60s and 70s? Well, they closed out all the asylums, right? And those people would have normally been in asylums, right? But of course, it just becomes this problem of some people. So like in this case, right, that's another reason this guy maybe kept him hidden away. And sometimes people just become sort of that it's such a common trope of this idea of keeping somebody like almost kind of secreted away and like not acknowledging him because of problems, and then not like really kind of planning for him even though he knows he's dying, but just kind of leaving him there just because he doesn't know what to do with him, right?
Or I mean, maybe the old man just sort of forgot that he was even there, right?
No.
You know?
Well, I mean, he obviously didn't put right. I mean, maybe the old man hadn't thought of his own mortality, but he had seen he would come out to the garden. So it seemed like, well, he'd only like retired, like I think they said in the last 7-8 years, right? And of course, they pretty much imply that the guy was probably in his 70s or 80s. So he'd obviously just, but he just probably couldn't bring himself to actually doing anything about him, right? He just kind of was naive and just sort of like not really knowing what to do even up until he died and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's almost like the case of when a child is abducted, right? The abductor, they don't really have a plan. They just, they just want this person for their own pleasure and comfort. Um, they don't really think about it in terms of the person that they're abducting, right? What happens to them, their life. That type of a mind think.
Well, I think it's probably, I mean, it's more just, I mean, what could he have done? Because obviously the guy can't take care of himself, and then he can't like whatever. So he probably just like didn't know what to do, right? He obviously didn't. There might have been some embarrassment that he didn't want to acknowledge him, so he couldn't put him directly in his will. But so like it's just the
Right. But I mean,
he was
he
at
could
like
he could have set up a trust and like just kept the house going the way that it was,
But if he'd
and
set
the
up a
trust
trust,
would
somebody else
pay.
would have seen it. So that's the problem, right? Because he works as a
Right.
lawyer. This is actually his law firm that's handling his case, right? So if he had set any of this up, then his colleagues would have known, right? And then after so long, right, you just sort of get stuck in a rut, right? You just keep doing things the same way you've always done it, right? And you always think, well, I'll solve it tomorrow. I'll solve it tomorrow. I'll solve it tomorrow, right? It's
Procrastination.
yeah, indecision and procrastination, and then of course he dies.
I don't want to deal with it today. I don't want, like Scarlett O'Hara said in Gone with the Wind. I won't think about that today. I'll think about that tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But like I said, like it's such a like I'm trying to think of like other cases because I know it's a trope I've seen in other ones where like somebody just it's almost kind of like a weird night, like like he just like he can't let the guy go, but he can't like actually set anything up for him, so he just sort of never does.
Right.
It's
But I
almost
mean,
like he thinks of him as a possession and not a person to plan for a possession. Sorry, Adrian, didn't mean to cut you off.
oh, no, no worries, no worries, Jody. Like I'm just thinking though, like I mean, the old man, like once you're dead, all of that embarrassment, like it really doesn't matter, right? Like I mean,
It sort of does, though. It's
I
still
guess it's
right. I mean, he still has a
legacy,
career.
right?
His
Yeah,
legacy.
yeah.
He might actually still have like, brothers and sisters or something else, right? But like I said, when you've lived a life for so long, it just becomes whatever, right? So why would he? And of course, then it just always becomes like something he just keeps putting off, right? That he just never gets around to it, right? After so many decades.
Right.
Because I mean, the reality is, what can he do with this guy, right? He has to put him in an asylum, right? So like, he probably just keeps hoping, right? I mean, and it's even the same thing. Like when you read about people who have mentally disabled kids, right? Like they don't set because they just of course there's just no good solution, so you just can't think about it, right? So it's like I don't want my child to die before me, but then I don't want what can I do if I can't set something up for them? but then if I do set something up for them, who will take over it, right? If I, will the person, so like it just there becomes no good solution for it, right? Because I mean, what could he have done? Right? I mean, you have to think about it like, what could he have really done, right? Who would execute it, right? And then he has to tell somebody about it, and then if he doesn't do it, 20 years earlier, then he doesn't do it now, and it just keeps kind of building on itself, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, well, he could have set up a trust, right, and just kept the house going as it was, with like people working there until you know the money ran out, and like, I mean, but yeah, then he would have had to admit that this is whomever. But I mean, we don't even know that there's a familial relationship between the old man and Chance, right?
It's
Like, I mean,
implied. It's
I
implied
mean,
pretty strongly.
loosely, it's kind of loose, though. I mean, you can say it's strong, but like, we don't actually know that, right? Like, I mean,
More of a
yeah,
master slave, more of a master and a slave sort of a mentality. Like you're fond of them, but they're not truly family.
And I'm just thinking, when you say he didn't set up the trust and he didn't do all this stuff because, you know, maybe family, his image, the law firm, whatever, it's still, on the other hand, you're dead. So what do you care? And it's like, grabbing a puppy and you raise this dog, and then all of a sudden you just open the door and just let it roam, like hoping that, oh, well, someone's going to take him in, someone's going to take care of him. It's like I couldn't live like that. Like I couldn't live not knowing that they're going to be okay, that they're going to be taken care of. I can't grasp that concept of not caring.
Yeah, no, I get that.
yeah, and I mean, this is why I was saying that the first part of the book, up to the point when Chance leaves the gate and he leaves the key in the door, it was like kind of touching, right? I mean, and then the book takes it like a turn where, you're not really, it's not really as touching anymore. Like Chance sort of like morphs into like just this guy that's going along with everything. Um, but like that first part, um, yeah, I don't know. It's like I feel that the old man could have done something for him. The fact that all of the staff, like past and present, are listed in the old man's books and like accounting. And I mean, remember the law firm was basically adminning the old man's entire house even while the old man was alive. Like, I mean, they were paying the staff, um, they were paying for like, I assume, property tax and like, everything that was wrapped up in running the old man's house, you know, was being paid for by the law firm, right? Um, so I mean, and then the fact that that lawyer ends up, destitute. Well, he's probably not destitute, but like, he's down on his luck. He's facing hard times. It's like, where did all of the old man's money go, right? Was it that lawyer, and like, they just took over and like, took the money from the estate? I mean, it's not really clear from the
I don't think
text,
that's
right?
what's. I think it's just that it's just showing that the economy's in a bad state, right? And that he's invested in this stuff, that he's done all the right things. Yeah, that he's just kind of in this sort of position, right, where he's just, and that's probably why for him he's not thinking too much about Chance, right? Because he's got his own problems, right?
Right.
I guess I always think as a mom,
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking to myself, the old man could have done a little bit more. Like, I mean, he didn't even really do the bare minimum for Chance in
Well, but
any way,
what can he
right?
do?
Like, I
Like I said,
mean,
it
I mean,
becomes it
Yeah,
becomes an impasse, right? If something starts that way, right? It's like, at what point do you decide to do that, right? Because then you're admitting you're dying. That there's just this whole thing. I mean, it's not.
yeah,
It's something that happens. I mean, I know like stories of it and stuff like that, right? Where people just like they don't want to address. Just even somebody I know relatively recently, right? They just didn't want to change their will because they just don't want to think about it, right? Because you make a will much earlier on when you're like, oh, well, I'm not going to die, but I'm just going to be responsible about it. But then when you actually are getting ready to die, when you know you're closer to die, some people actually become less likely to want to do their will because before it was something they did just to, forward looking 20 years down the line. But when then you're looking at a will with, a few, a year or days or months to go, it becomes something that you just don't want to deal with, right?
Facing your own mortality is a very scary thing, and yeah, when you're getting to the end of your life, anybody who's ever cared for a parent, and trying to lead them in the right direction to, start. I know I'm doing that with my dad, and that trying to lead him into, taking care of his affairs ahead of time. He's very adamant in that he doesn't want to do that. Because it's facing your own mortality it's something that nobody likes to do. Um, yeah. So I don't know. I think that some people just can never bring themselves to face things that they have to deal with, and they unfortunately leave them undone at the end. That was it.
yeah, yeah. I still say, from my own personal opinion, he could have done a little bit for Chance, right? Like, I mean,
Totally agree with you.
I get what Zink is saying.
I'm just
Like,
saying because then what?
becomes an
Because
imp,
when
but I
you
mean, like,
open that can
come
of worms, so
on,
like
right?
let's say
Like, I
he's
mean,
on his deathbed now,
I
but now how does he do it? He has to go and tell people that this guy exists, right? How does he then go about and tell the world that this guy? Because
well, I mean,
it's not
his
just.
lawyers could keep that confidential, right? Like, I mean,
But see, the difference is his
attorney-client
lawyers
privilege.
are literally his colleagues, right? I think that's the significance here, right? If he was something else, but these are people who knew him and worked with him, right? Like it's pretty much implied that he had probably like this guy the lawyer who comes in here was a protege. He's because he makes the joke is like, oh well, but when he started the law firm, I was still just a kid, right? Like so, it's obviously implied, right? So like, how do you because usually I think that's the significance of making him a lawyer and not any other job is that, why did he not explain this to his lawyers? Well, because his lawyers is his own firm, right? It's all of his colleagues, right? It's all the people who knew him, right? Whereas normally, like, my lawyer is not my friend, right? Your lawyer is not usually, it's not the guy you've been eating lunch with for the last 30 years, right? It's a much more sort of intimate relationship.
Right, right. I mean, he could have enlisted the help of another law firm, to
But then that
handle
becomes
that
even
side of
more
things, right?
suspicious, right? Because then you're giving work to another law firm. Like I said, I think that's the thing is you sort of just get boxed into a corner sometimes in life, and you just don't know what to do, right? It's like you can't acknowledge him, but then you can't do whatever, so you just kind of keep doing things and just keep putting it off, even when it becomes painfully inevitable. You can't find a way to sort of overcome it, right? It's
Look,
like
I don't think
I
it's that you
get
can't.
that.
I think it's more that you choose to not to. He chose his image over doing what was right by chance, and you make that choice, right? Some people make the choice to do right by those that they should do right by, and some don't. Um, and I'm not gonna put any judgment on that because we all deal with our own morality at the end, and our choices are our choices whether they're right or wrong. I get what Adrian's saying. Yes, he could have done more, absolutely, for sure. He chose not to. um some people just are not that strong that way, and they can't bring themselves to deal with what they need to deal with, unfortunately. And I think that's a big part of the book, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I will pass judgment on the old man. Like, I get that as an impasse, and like, but I mean, I'll come back to it. He should have done at least the bare minimum for Chance, right? Like,
He
I
should
mean,
have. He's a
I mean,
vulnerable
I
person, right?
come on, right?
I
Like, I
Well,
mean,
still
but
I still don't know
we,
what
we,
that was though. What would that
we,
have
we
been?
we wouldn't have this story though. If he would have done something for him, we wouldn't have this story. So a lot of
right?
this,
Yeah, that's true.
what
Yeah,
I
exactly.
what I mentioned at the beginning though, like to me, this is a fable because a lot of if you start breaking down the, kind of the logic and the logistics for this, it's like, wait, hold on, like, I mean, like, how did this guy never, like, no one ever, like, I don't know, called child services or something, or like, how come he never wanted to like wander out of the house? It's like it's very peculiar, right? And like, yeah, that idea that he can't even read, like what I said at the beginning, right? Like, I mean, he would not survive like half a day out without knowing how to read. I feel like
But not really,
that's
Carlos, when you think about it. Look how many stories we hear about children being abducted for 10, 15, 20 years. These people are hidden away all the time. It's possible, especially if you have great wealth. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe wealth changes
Well, I
people.
mean,
Great
not
wealth
even
changes people.
not even great wealth. I mean, look at that one case. It was like that J.C. Lee Dugard, and like
yeah.
she
I was
was
gonna mention that
kept.
before, dude.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
made a movie. They made a book. It's called Room, and they made a movie. I believe it's called Room as well. Where like, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
they were tucked in this basement for like 15 years, but
But
like,
from the perspective of this book and the character, right? He had great wealth, so it made it much easier to provide this boy with a life and give him what he needed, meals and lodging and whatnot. But his wealth made it very easy for him to hide it from the world. But yeah, but it you can do it whether you're wealthy or not, absolutely. But why did he do it? Right? Was he wasn't a son to him. He wasn't. It's almost like he was a possession of his, right? Like a very loved pet, so to speak. Unfortunately, the pet didn't die before he did, right? So the pet didn't make it
Right.
easy for him. I don't know. That's what I'm just getting.
Well, I mean, this is my point too. Why I come back and I keep saying, we don't know that that there's a familial relationship between Chance and the old man. Like, yeah, I guess it is implied, but we don't really know because like I would assume he could do something. Anyway, we're going in circles here. I don't know if anybody else has anything else to say on this. The overall book, Carlo or Jody, Clear, anybody else think?
I love your humanity, Adrian, that you feel that that he should have done right by him. You're right. And that speaks to you as being a good person, right? Truly, that you would do right by somebody like that. The books are meant to perplex us as to why we do things and make us think as to maybe how we could make better decisions. I don't know. Maybe it speaks to humanity, but good for you that you feel that he could have done more. That shows that you have a respect for humanity overall. So don't feel bad about that, or that there's no
Well,
solution to it.
but I mean, it's just like when they're in the part where they're going over the ledgers and like, even old Louise, who had since passed, like she went back to Jamaica and then she had passed. Um, Even she is recorded, and like also the other gardener. It was another black guy he was the gardener and he taught Chance. Even he is like he's mentioned in the old
Well, because
man's
they were
like
paid.
estate,
They
right?
were paid though, right? So
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah.
record. That's the difference, right? I think they're trying to
Right. Right.
explain why, like, if he doesn't pay him, then there's never a record of that, right? If there's no birth certificate, right? It's all these sorts of things, right? If you get a credit check, right? Like, how do they know a person exists, right?
Right. Right.
And then the questions as to why doesn't he have records and why was he never paid and who is this? And so then the lawyer's image is blown, right? Because it's basically like an abduction. Who is this man? And why was he, and then all the questions that come after that. And I mean, we've all seen like Jeffrey Epstein, right? He's dead, right? But look at his reputation now that he's dead and everything that's come out, right? If he had kept that all
Right.
hidden away, he would still be seen as this wonderfully intelligent entrepreneur with a fine financial mind, etc. Right?
Well,
So
I would argue that he wasn't seen as that when he was alive, right? Like, I mean, that whole thing in Florida where, they deposed him and he basically admitted that, he had paid underage
Okay,
girls
maybe bad example.
for sex is like, I mean, this guy's reputation was tarnished while he was alive, and then like, I guess it's further tarnished now that he's dead.
Well, he
Correct.
was
Yeah,
always the
bad
fall guy.
example.
Like, I
My
mean,
bad, bad example.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
Sorry.
I
But
mean,
you know what I
this
mean?
is not a
You've
good
seen
guy, right? Like,
you've seen very famous people who were thought as who had like immaculate reputations, and then after they die, something comes out where it was revealed that they really weren't quite as angelic as we all thought they were, and that they had, what it always goes, we're like, well, how does the world run, right? Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. That they had certain proclivities that nobody knew about, and after death, their image is just tarnished. And I guess that's what this, like Zink was saying, it's a legacy. This man was trying to build a legacy, and so how do you explain the anomaly of a human being that has no records and hasn't existed outside of your home? Like, that's just absolutely bizarre. So yeah, it's pretty deep.
Yeah, no, Adrian, I think I got it early. Where like it's what Jody and like saying we're saying we're like at some point like it would be such a hit on the guy's reputation. He's just like whatever. I'm just gonna leave it as it is, right? Because like like he put it off for so long, and like now it's like okay, well I basically kidnapped this kid for like I don't know 10 years, right? Like I mean there's a point of no return, right? For things like this, where like
And
you
he
kind of have a
chose
like
himself.
going. Yeah,
He chose
exactly.
himself. He chose his own
Yeah, his reputation,
legacy.
right? Like
Yeah.
his
So
legacy
yeah,
over that one person. So I
right.
feel
So it
like
says a lot.
what I'm saying though, even for you, like let's say you I don't know, you tell like some kind of white lie, silly lie, and you have a window kind of to like kind of redeem yourself, right? But at some point, like it's just that point of return where like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna go back on that. Like moving on, right? So I kind of got that like I mean early in the story. I never I kind of close that lid, right? Because I'm like, okay, like this is what happened, like and it's awful, right? And like I did think of yeah, the Joyce Dugard thing where like and yeah, like people who get kidnapped for like years and years, right? And like they only come out like like when they're like adults and they lost their lives, which is this kind of I'm sure it's not the focus of this story, but like if you think I was thinking about it, that like is this guy like so dysfunctional because he had mental illness, or like if you're just isolated watching TV like your whole life, like it would just rot your brain, right? Like what is it?
I don't like that when I always hear people say things, oh, well, he was mentally ill. You know what? There is such a thing in this world as being a complete selfish, narcissistic asshole, that you can't pin on, excuse my French, that you can't pin on mental illness. We try to always say that these people were mentally ill. So in the case of this lawyer, he was a very intelligent man. He was very well aware of what he could have done and could not have done during this young man's lifetime. So I think just people make choices in life. They decide that they're going to be good or they're going to be bad, and there's no going back from that. I guess they just hope that nothing will come out of the closet, so to speak, after they're gone to dilute that legacy. And we need to accept that about humanity. There are people that are going to do right, and there are people that are going to do wrong. And we have to try and always try to do right. Maybe is that what we're getting from the book?
yeah, I mean, I don't think the old man was mentally ill. I think it was more. Well, I don't even know that Chance is mentally ill, right? Or like has
Well,
some like
that's what
retarded.
I was just asking. Like,
Yeah,
is it
I,
retardation or just being isolated for
right.
freaking 40 years just watching TV,
Absolutely.
right? Like, what would that do to you, right?
Isolation.
No, there is obviously right the fact that he cannot get aroused. There is obviously something off with him, and this is probably
But
found from
but
a
but I
very
think
young
I think
age.
even like people with Down syndrome can get aroused
Well, that's
sexually
what I'm
and
saying.
stuff like that, right? Like I mean,
But that's what we're talking about. This guy has some sort of mental problems, right? Down syndrome, right? Obviously, he's not Down syndrome. There's different ones and affects different ways. It's obviously that he does have some mental incapacity, right? There's
Well,
something.
but I mean, they do say it, right? Like his mom, he at the beginning they say it that like, oh yeah, his mom's like mind wasn't, like was suffering and he inherited that. So I get that though, but like in the end though, is it like I just think about what he lived through, which is like isolation, and like you have like this idea that everything he absorbed from the world is through a TV, right? You have this veil, you have a little screen between he and the world, like, and like when he's with EE and like he says, no, I just like to watch, right? Like it's what he's saying, like for him, is it more real? What's on the TV? Like, is he actually mentally ill or just like his brain has been like destroyed by like like being like apart like from the world, like not having actual connection, just to a
Well,
TV
his
screen.
development has been stunted. It's more that his development has been stunted, right? He hasn't been allowed to evolve as a normal human being. But I think I agree with Zink in that maybe he does have some kind of mental, intellectual disability, because he doesn't seem to ask the questions that, like, I mean, I have a teenage son, right? I mean, they ask questions, they want to know things, that you notice changes in their behavior. So that the fact that this person, that Chance didn't ask these questions or reach out to other people in the household to explain, why am I feeling this way at this age? Yeah, that definitely might be the case. I think that's a good argument for that.
Well, like I said, I mean, at this time when people would get sent off, I mean, that's even what happened to what was it, JFK's sister, right? Anybody,
Right,
and
right.
she wasn't necessarily retarded. I think she had bipolar or something like that, right? Is that the health, right? So obviously he was born under somewhat suspicious circumstances, right? But as he's developing, they realize that he's not, quite right. And so they kind of just let him play in the garden. They take care of him, right? It's obviously that Louise or whatever her name is very kind to him. It's obvious that the old man is kind to him. There was the gardener there, right? There's nobody who he accuses of any sort of cruelty, and he fundamentally. So I mean, it becomes this sort of impasse where, yeah, at some point they realize that, yeah, if he leaves, then he's going to go into into some sort of a home or something like that, and so they just kind of let him. He never desires anything more, right?
Yeah,
And a
that's what I
lot and a
said
lot
And
and a,
very
and a
before.
well,
lot of
he
these
could be
people
on the
are,
spectrum. He
yeah.
could be autistic, right?
Yeah, can saying, but like saying, remember you said like something that I picked up onto too, that like there is like he's on a porch or something, like he's like he's in the guy's room, like he's somewhere on a picture or something, right? So to me it's like yeah, maybe he was related to him, or like like maybe like either adopted, or like at some point like the old man had hope, right? Like, okay, like this person can be my heir or something, or like I don't know. But like one of the reasons was like like the mental like issues he had, like that's why kind of the old man was like, okay, like I'm just gonna take care of him, right? But like never invest more on him.
See, somebody of a limited intellectual capacity might just be very accepting of what is given to them, and they learn to live within the boundaries that is given to them, right? People who have Down syndrome, are often like that, where it's not that they're creative and it's not that they don't have their own types of intelligence and talents, but they choose to, they just, they accept their, it's almost like they quietly and without even saying it accept their limitations, and just take peace in the lives that have been given to them. They're not like us in that we're always reaching for more. We become selfish in our own needs, and we want to become what we aspire to. I don't know. I've worked a lot with people with disabilities, and that is often the mindset. They just, I don't know, I just find that I'm people who have intellectual disabilities, Down syndrome, things like that. I find that they're the most loveliest of people, because they're really not looking for anything more than they have. They learn to find happiness where they are, if that helps.
Yeah, Jody, I wanted to bring that in at some point, and like I was talking about ego, and I also work with people with disabilities, like they don't have that huge ego that like people that I usually know. I'm very sensitive to this, and I feel like when
Oh,
people
I
have a
love it.
huge
I love
ego,
it.
like it just hits me like I can. It's like thick in the air for me, right? Whereas
I
like,
worked I
go
worked
ahead.
with I'm sorry, Carlos. I did some work here in Manitoba with the Canadian Deaf Blind Association. And I had the wonderful opportunity to work with people who were well, like Helen Keller, right? They were both deaf and blind. And obviously mute. And it was the most fulfilling work. Oh, I'll get emotional here because I'm kind of sick and I'm on a lot of cough medicine here, you guys. So bear with me. Um, it was the most fulfilling experience of my life because I worked with people who were just, um, they were happy with the opportunity to communicate and experience anything in life that they could. They weren't necessarily looking to better themselves. They were just looking for peace and some kind of just a sense of self. It's a wonderful, if you ever get the opportunity to work with people who have intellectual disabilities, um, it really does kind of give you a really good stronghold in this, what to hold on to in this world. It keeps you humble. And it just makes you appreciate things so much more. So yeah, absolutely, Carlos. I'm so with you on that.
So I guess the point here is that he doesn't say anything out loud, but there's a lot of tropes here, a lot of like, yeah, like I said, like in other stories, other things, but all the hints are given, right? So he sees him with him as a young kid, right? They know who the mother is, but they won't say who the father is, right? So you very much get
Yeah.
the sense that you can very quickly, right? It's a lot of hinting, but that's sort of the beauty of it, is that you can kind of
Yeah.
get the story without whatever, right? So yeah, he was born probably out of wedlock, right? The guy starts to raise him, right? He takes a picture of him when he's young, right? And it's probably at about that age that they start to realize that there's something, you know, it says, I think, when he's a small child, right? So about 4 or 5, right? You start to get the sense that there's developmental problems, right? So at that point, it says, because the garden, it says that he actually planted a lot of what was in the garden, so he probably had this garden, this yard, that wasn't like overly ornate at the time, but it was probably obvious that the kid had some interest in the garden, that he wasn't really interested in people, but that he was very much interested in nature. So they hire this black guy to teach him how to be a gardener, right? So it's obvious that this is what the kid likes, and so he takes the time to hire him and to teach him to, right, and then later on, yeah, they buy him the TV set because he seems drawn to that, right? He doesn't seem to be interested too much in, right, because the old man comes out into the garden to spend time with him, but he doesn't, right, it's almost like the old man comes to watch him, and he's fine with that, but he has no interest in interacting with the old man, right? You almost get the sense that, and Louisa takes care of him or whatever, but that he isn't really drawn into sort of dealing with people, right? So you get this very quickly constructed that was probably kind of what happens here, and then that's kind of the course, right? So it's obvious that he has, right, for some reason they know who his mother was, right? Because if his mother had mental deficiencies, then why would they have known that, right? So it comes to the sense that, yeah, his mother is somebody who's related, right? So it obviously wasn't a maid or somebody who was working for them, right? Because she obviously didn't have the capacity probably to work for him, right? So it must have been a relation, a sister, a cousin, or somebody, a wife, right? Or and maybe later on, he realizes her mental problems or something like that, but obviously not somebody you would have hired to perform a very set task, right? So a lot of that's hinted at, but I mean, it's very strongly hinted at.
Yeah, that's like thinking back now when he is in the room talking to the lawyers, he does compare his life there to the shrubs, when they were this tall. I've been here since they were this tall. I've been here since these were just planted.
Yeah, it's funny that we're talking so much about the first part of the book. Like, I actually find that was, and I think the reason for that is because like that is actually the most like interesting part. I mean, it really does set the stage for everything else that comes after. Um, yeah, I
Well, the
mean,
rest is
yeah,
satire, right? The rest of it is
yeah,
satire, and
yeah,
that's even the book, right? That's and like I said, that idea of heaven and earth and the pre-existence and all that stuff, right? everything that happens after that is sort of ridiculous and flippant and almost silly, right? And just how, you know, caught up people are in these things. It's like the TV, right?
Yeah, that's interesting how you how you just drew the like juxtaposition between him watching the TV and like sort of the life that he's now leading playing out like TV in a sense. Like,
Yeah, it's like a TV
yeah.
show, right? It's like, I mean, it's so over dramatic. It's, yeah, something of a TV show. And
Yeah,
like, yeah.
it's like Truman Show kind of thing, right? Like, I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah, yeah. It seems like a crazy script, like a script someone wrote, and like I think, I mean, that's definitely on purpose. But yeah, it is like surrealist, right? Like, I mean, like coincidence after coincidence, and like, everything he says that he's just being blunt, like people just take it as metaphor. So, and it's, it is like unrealistic.
Yeah, especially seeing when he gets crushed by the car, his main focus is a TV inside the limo.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and there's TVs all over and that's like that it's true. That really is like his main focus. And then even when the ambassadors and like they were getting the help of their intelligence agencies to see like, who is this guy? What's he all about? And like, well, he doesn't do anything. They're like, he just watches TV, right? So it's like, it's almost like the TV is what anchors him to reality, even though everything that's going on TV is not reality at all, right? So,
Well, I think that's the one thing. I think the only like the what is it, the Rand guy, the rich character there, right? Um, I think in some ways he's the other only kind of slightly sympathetic character, and that's because he is sort of on his deathbed, right? He's sort of moving outside of the reality of things, right? He's the one to kind of point out, you know, some of the frivolities of this or that and whatnot, right?
right. I mean, I'm going to come back to my original question to the room. Like, I mean, do you think that this would be a popular movie? Like, I haven't seen the 70s movie, but if they did a remake of this today, in today's setting, would it be popular?
I think so.
You think so? I mean, I mean,
Well,
I like.
it's very, Adrian. It's very simplistic, though. I don't know, like people are not used to like so much over the top. Like this story, like you mentioned, Forrest Gump. This has been done many times, by the way. Like there's this author, his name is Matt Haig, and like he writes basically the ideas like this guy kind of gets like possessed by an alien, and he's also like a blank slate where he doesn't know anything about society, and like you have like people also doing the same, like elevating him just because like he's a professor, like the body he snatches, right? And like, anyways, and there is this book by this uh Swedish author, is the old man who climbed out of a window, and it's a really long title and it's really funny, and it's the same premise though. So it's kind of the same, right? Like you have this person who like they're not, they just kind of want to do something silly, right? Like the old man in this book, he just wants to stay home in his porch, like like reading, but like he gets pulled into all these crazy situations. So like this, the same premise has been done like many times, so, and like more and more complicated. So I don't know if like having this kind of simplistic and like kind of more satirical angle, if people would clue into it, and like, or they would just say, oh, okay, well, I watched Forrest Gump, and like that character was more interesting because because that has more drama, right? So I don't know, and like I wanted to ask, eventually, like what you guys like kind of thought about, like how this relates to like today, right? Like what Wog was saying, that like, okay, well, it's just like the plebs, right? Who like the basement dwellers who like like they had no idea what goes on the political system, and like it's like wasted votes and all that. And like I just wanted to know if anyone else read like something else, like besides that though, of just the plebs,
I mean,
like
I took it as a
maybe is there
satire of
like go ahead.
self-importance.
Go
I
ahead.
mean, that's what I saw it as. He wasn't what was being satirized, right? The satire was on all of the other people.
Right. And would you say that's how we're living today? Like,
What do you mean?
well, I mean, Carlos saying, how does it relate to the contemporary times that we're living in right now? Wog said it was about the plebs, but I mean, you're saying you took it as more the satire is being played out on the people that surround Chance, right? So, like, I mean, are we in a satire right now with like the way things are playing out, like, or like, are we the plebs and like, a satire is being played out on us from like, let's say Trudeau and Freeland and like, all these different power figures, like, with their division and stuff like that to like maintain power and stuff like that. Like, is the satire being played out on us?
Kind of think about it. When we've had enough, when things just get crazier and crazier, I don't know about everybody else, but like I retreat. I am a homebody. I love going in my backyard. I love gardening. I love sitting in my house. I can sometimes I won't leave my house for days. Like I couldn't tell you what temperature it is outside. I haven't stepped a toe outside. I'm happy. I'm content reading my books. I'm not a big TV watcher, but yeah, I like my movies. But a book, my backyard, I could stay inside and forget the politics. I love civics. That's what draws me to it. But sometimes, yeah, it gets so crazy and asinine that, yeah, I go in my safe place, and that's my books, my garden, my home, my cooking. And that's where I'm safe. That's where I'm away from, yeah, the crazies.
Yeah, I
The
do exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. We should compare recipes. There's a movie out there called Blast from the Past. It's a comedy. It's got Brendan Fraser and Alicia Silverstone. It's from 1999, and it's about this boy who was basically raised in a bomb shelter, and um, the bomb shelter was like in the period of like the 1950s. And he comes out. I think he's like probably about 30 or something. That kind of gives you, I don't know. It would make a great movie in that aspect. But I think it would have to be a much like a deeper movie. Um, if you were to compare it to today's technology, like with the internet and smartphones and everything like that. And the satire would still be on us, right? Because we look so ridiculous with our smartphones and our tablets, and we're living in front of screens. So I think it would definitely sell.
Yeah, I think I've seen that Brendan Fraser movie, and it's like it's sort of a similar. You're right, Judy. It's sort of similar concept to this year, but in that one, it's a bit different because Brendan Fraser's father had like been teaching him like all history and stuff from books and that. So like he comes out and people think he's a simpleton, but he actually is not. Like because like he knows like history and stuff like that. And I think the Dave Foley character, it's like Brendan Fraser has all of these facts memorized, and like um then he tells like Dave Foley, and then he goes inside, and then Alicia Silverstone or one of the characters, I forget who it was, he's like, well, where's he going? He's like, oh, he's going into to his computer to see like to check the internet to see if what you're saying is correct and stuff like that. So yeah.
Right. And and
Yeah.
and I guess in how I was saying that it would be relatable to this book is that the same type of like when Chauncey actually leaves the lawyer's house and goes out into the world, that culture shock, right? That he experiences, and the same kind of like being led, right? He's used to just going with what he's given. And so that's why he's very easily led in the real world. Like he's just kind of going through the motions and he's doing as he's told, as he did in his prior life, just trying to find his place. And in the end, he ends up in a garden, right? And it's like he's found his place. But I was just bringing that up because of the culture shock that somebody would go through and the mentality that they would be feeling at the time.
So I think the slight difference there, though, is that there is no culture, right? I mean, of course, he's never felt pain, he's never been sick, but yeah, he sees everything via TV, right? It's the whole Plato's cave thing, but it's slightly different with him because even as things are happening to him, he's like, "Oh, it's not a big deal because the next scene will start soon," right? He just thinks he's in the TV, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I was gonna say I don't really see any like culture shock because like he's not aware enough to experience like the culture shock. I mean, and this kind of goes back to what Wog was saying about how Peter Sellers wanted to play the part, and I really need to see the movie version of this. But he wanted to play it as though Chance was like an android, like completely like I don't even know if you could say it's stoic because like if he was stoic, it would be like that sort of denotes some type of awareness of what's going on.
It's
almost
near
like
catatonic.
yeah, exactly. It's like devoid of
Well, I mean, that's the way I
that's
read
a good
him.
yeah,
Is
yeah,
almost
totally.
like it's a severe, almost, I don't know, kind of like schizophrenia, right? Because I know a lot of them will
Right.
watch like lots and lots of TV, right? Like they can understand TV and they whatever, but they can't like actually, like really actually, right? To them, yeah, it's
Engage with it,
yeah,
yeah.
it's unreality to them, and that's kind of what you see. He kind of goes through all these things, and he kind of feels pain and stuff like that, but yeah, he doesn't really see it as real, right?
Right.
It's all delusions. He's like, well, the next scene will start soon and everything else, right? Whereas for him, reality only exists in the gardens.
He lives
Right.
by the seasons, right?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. I mean, and sort of he lives by the plants in a sense. Like, that's his gauge of like time, I guess, really. Like, I mean, well, I don't know, is he able to tell time? Like, I mean, we don't really get any sense that, I mean, they say he's illiterate. Um, he's unable to write. Um, like I mean, is he able to tell time in the traditional sense, or is he gauging time based on like, you know, how tall the certain plants in the garden have grown per season? I guess, yeah, I guess his reference for time would be like
The
seasons and
sun.
like how much
The sun. The sun.
yeah,
I mean, I guess, yeah, people
yeah.
just bring him food, yeah, and he doesn't really. No, 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 wait. Actually, he did say he has an alarm on the TV. He very
Oh
specifically
yeah,
says
yeah. That's
that
a
the
good
TV
point.
has
That's
an
a good
alarm.
point. Yeah, that's right. That's right. To wake him up at the right time. That's true. That's a good point.
It's really quite a sad story.
Yeah, it really is. Like the first part is sad, but then it changes. It's like I'm not thinking about sadness throughout like all of the incredible things that happen to Chance. Like it just you sort of like change your mind. Um, it's
Well, it
like
shows you how someone can bloom, right, in the right environment.
but I
So
mean,
to
is he really blooming or is he just going step by step? Like, I mean, to bloom, you sort of need an
If anything,
awareness
he's
of what's going
exasperated
on.
by it all. He hates it
Yeah,
all. It's only
yeah,
when he
yeah.
gets back to the garden that he's happy again. And that's even what he says. He says all he wants is a garden where he has full control, right? Like that's his complaint, right? Of course, the guy takes it as like that he lost his business or something. But he's explaining it's like, I want to find a position where I get to decide what I, plant and control in the garden, right? That's what he wants. Is just to have that level of control.
Right. Yeah.
It's almost like similar, like it's almost like like he almost has like within the garden he actually has all the power, right? Like he is very much, he's the one who decides what gets planted, what gets watered, what lives, what dies. So within the garden, he almost has like, a godlike power, right?
Yeah, in a sense, it kind of it's sort of like it's not like it at all, but like it reminds me of the Dr. Heidegger's experiment, the Nathaniel Hawthorne that we covered previously, where it's like the garden and like he tends the different plants and stuff like that for his experiments
Oh
and
no,
stuff
you're
like that.
thinking Rappaccini's daughter.
Oh, sorry, Rappaccini's
No,
daughter. That's right.
I
Yeah,
meant
yeah,
to
yeah.
bring that up
Yeah, yeah.
earlier, but I
Yeah,
forgot. I mean,
Rappaccini's
it's the
daughter.
same
That's it.
thing.
That's it.
Where
Yeah.
like he kind of has the daughter there and he keeps her there, but he can't like
Yeah.
let her out and stuff.
Yeah, actually, it's very reminiscent now that I think about
Yeah,
it. It's
I thought
like,
about
yeah,
it too.
yeah.
Actually, I was waiting for a chance to mention it. I was just gonna wait maybe till the end, just to say, but that like it is kind of like the non like speculative like no fantasy version of Rappaccini's daughter, where like it is someone being captive, and like it's more like the idea of a garden, right? Where like like the in like like a in Rappaccini's daughter, she's kind of like she grew up along with the plants, right? It's like she called the plants like her sisters, right? And like here too, we have like this guy like kind of measuring like how much he's grown, like comparing his growth to like one of the trees. So really interesting to have the same setting and like the same kind of dynamic between like the two
But
characters.
I think the biggest difference there is that she does want to leave the garden, right? Whereas
Yeah,
he doesn't,
exactly.
right? If anything,
Exactly.
everything outside of the garden is just pointless to him, right? He's very much a savant, right? Like he only cares about the garden.
Well,
Yeah.
but TV though, like TV too, I feel like he what you guys were saying
That's
was
what
like
keeps him entertained. Yeah, like he likes the TV, like just as a distraction, and that. But I think the important thing here is that to him,
Yeah.
what we consider reality is just as frivolous and as illusory to him as what he sees on the TV, right? Like
You
even
hit
when
it on
these
the
things,
head. You
yeah.
hit it on the head, Zink. Savant. He is a savant. Absolutely.
Yeah, also the other one that sort of had a garden where somebody is tending it and like they kind of think they're the master is the Mazirian, the magician. Um in the beginning of that, it sort of starts out where he has the garden that he tends to, and like that's when the one girl keeps like drawing him away from the garden. So like yeah, it's like that mastery of the garden. And I mean, I've watched some of these shows about gardening. Um, there was actually this one where this British guy goes around to like all of these really interesting gardens where people have landscaped it in like really innovative ways. Um, it's actually quite detailed, and the amount of like care and detail that people put into these gardens, like it's pretty incredible, right? Like, but and like when I think about that, it's like, yeah, I could see how you would want to put that much care and attention to it, like landscaping it like really nicely and like having it stand out and stuff like that. So yeah, it's kind of interesting.
I very much understand that part of the story, in that the love of the garden and from the first little burst of a seed right until it bears fruit in the fall. That's a big part of my life, and I absolutely understand that side of Chance. You find peace there, you find fulfillment there, and for him that is enough. He doesn't want anything more, and I like that part of the story.
Yeah, I agree, Jody. Um, so anybody else have anything else? Carlo, maybe do you have anything you want to cover? Clear. Hi Haiku. I don't know if you want to come up as speaker. Sorry, go ahead, Carlo.
Well, no, just going back to, like Wog was saying that, well, this is just a metaphor for like us, the plebs and all that. But I just found interesting that they kind of portray like the elite as like kind of dumb, right? Where like they would just elevate anyone just because they kind of look the part. And like I was just thinking, like, what is that saying? Like, I mean, if you think about it, what's happening today, like it's kind of the opposite, where like the elite are very cunning and like they seem to like plan things way in advance, extremely aware, and like like I feel like they're more like intelligent than what they seem to be. But on this short novel, like we have them kind of portrayed as clueless, right? We're like, yeah, they can believe any crap and like misinterpret things like to their like as long as it belong, they seem like it like anyone belongs into a higher class, like whatever just gives them a pattern like attribute intelligence to them that they don't have. So I don't know if you had anything to like, if you like what you guys thought of that, like the elites being kind of presented in that, like they're kind of clueless.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you say that because, like, I think I would like to believe that Trudeau is really that dumb. Um, and he is in numerous areas, right? But like one thing, it's like what you're talking about, like the cunning. One thing he is pretty good at is, you know, I don't know, like I think only good-looking people can get away with this, and this is sort of like this is kind of touched on in this story, right? Because like, and we sort of covered it previously that Chance is not deformed or like disfigured in any way. Like, I mean, he looks normal. They consider him to be, a relatively tall, like good-looking guy. Um, and I mean, somehow that really takes people really, really far. And I mean, it seems like Trudeau leverages that all the time, right? But he does have like kind of like this, like, I mean, like I don't really want to attach cunning to him because like I think he is an absolute idiot. But he's not. I guess it is a type of cunning that he just manages to like trick enough people through his looks, that he just kind of sticks around. But I mean, what's that saying about like 40% of this country, right? Like, and I mean, with she, I mean, she is not good looking, and the only reason I bring this up is because it was brought up previously by Zinc, the whole like Trudeau versus she, in that exchange that was caught, and like she dresses him down, and like you can tell that like he knows that that's what happened, and like he kind of like walks away with his tail in between his legs. Um, but then like I think it was the next day he like issues like a press release and he's like, well, he has this even tone, like we're always going to have difficult conversations, and that's what this is about. And like somehow 40% of the Canadian population buys this. And I mean they don't just buy it, like they gulp it down, right? Like I mean, uh yeah, the only thing that I can think of is like, in this Chance really is like kind of a dullard, right? Like, I mean, he's a simpleton. It's just nobody knows it. I mean, Trudeau is, not that smart in so many ways. All right. and some of us know it, but it's like I don't know how to put it. It's almost like the rest of the Canadian population, like, 40, 38%. Either they don't care or they just don't see it. They think that, he's doing everything right. I mean, and then, like, to Carla's point, are is that like 40% of Canada, like 38% of Canada? Are they the plebs and like we're not? I mean, I don't know. Throwing that out, just my thoughts on that. Anyone else want to chime in on that? Go ahead.
Well, I'll kind of back you up on it. It's kind of, going off topic a bit, but like the checks they sent out, there's people believing that it's just for the dentist. And it's like, no, these people are going to get a check. I guarantee you, if 20% of the kids under 12 use that check for a dentist, I'd be surprised. It's just cash in the pocket. But yet you've got a majority that just, he tweets out, oh, we just did this, kids are going to have dental, their teeth are going to be taken care of. $600? Are you kidding me? But they just,
Yeah.
they do. They hook, line, and sinker. They fall for it.
Well, yeah, it's almost like the announcement of like anything free, the people are like, or like the illusion that it's free. I mean, I don't know how anybody can see it as being free. I mean, we pay taxes, and like that's how they pay for all of this. So I mean, when people think that like, oh, the government's doing something beneficial for you, it's like, no, you're paying for it, right? So one way or another. Um, but yeah, like I mean, I guess it is a bit off topic, but like I mean, just the fact that Chance is good looking, I think gets him pretty far. And I mean, I see that sort of as a parallel between him and Trudeau. It's like, people are willing, good looking people can get away with quite a bit. And, people are willing to make excuses for them.
I'm going to cut you off.
Yeah.
But did you see that one tweet some woman put out there about his height against Chi? And it was, a man of stature. He has to represent.
Oh man.
Did you see that?
I never saw that.
Oh my God, it was incredible. It was just like, you gotta be kidding me. And, or sorry, she didn't compare him to Chi. She compared him to, what's his name? The CPC guy, Pierre. We need, she's voting for Trudeau because he's tall.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, the funny thing there is that a lot of the and of course I have no great love for Putin, but a lot of the the people who go around with those horny dog pics, right? Boosting Ukraine, right? They keep calling, talking about how short Putin is. Putin's the same height as Zelensky. They're both itty bitty men, right? I think they're both like 5'6" or something like that. No offense to anybody who is that or lower and a man, but yeah, it's just funny that like those same people are they rip up, and of course it's even more because like Zelensky you always see, and I think he like intentionally like has like really big guys next to him to make him even look shorter. Like they signed some paper and like it looked like he had like I guess it was like his like secretaries of ministry, like they were sending some like oh it was the application they were sending in for EU membership, and I guess like yeah like it looked like yeah he just looked like tiny next to these two guys.
But I
Oh,
mean,
here's Wog.
Zelensky sports the cargo pants and like a military t-shirt, so like, he's got to be taller, right?
He's not.
Talking about short
No,
men. How's it going, Wog?
Yeah. I think I'm in the wrong room. Yeah. Did you guys flesh out anymore? I had to go and do stuff, so I had to dink out. Did you guys deflesherize the thing, or I have to go back and listen to the whole?
I mean, we whipped it pretty hard. We actually just barely come back to talking about the she thing. Actually,
Yeah.
The she session that we're in.
Yeah,
No,
and the chicavery.
So I actually have a buddy of mine who is like pretty high up in the echelon there, and one of the last texts I had with him was I was like, "She session what?" Like, and like there was no response from him, which he sort of realizes just how retarded it is, and it's like, holy shit, like, she session. Like when he first threw that out there, I was like, we weren't even in a recession at that point, but it's just like that
Yeah.
virtue signal.
So Wog, just to kind of catch you up. So what we're talking about right now is just it's like so Chance in the story, and we touched on it earlier too when you're in the room. He's actually quite a good looking guy, right? So I mean, people like him. They want to be around him because of that. And I just sort of drew parallel between to what Zink was talking about earlier with the Trudeau and like President Xi, that whole exchange. And it's like, 40% of Canada, is willing to make excuses for Trudeau just because he's good looking, right? And I mean, the left is looking for anything. Like it's like the cartoonist that changed it um, to be like Trudeau actually like laid the smackdown on President Xi, when I mean clearly that's not what happened, right? But it's like they are just looking. So I mean, I would say that you keep talking about the plebs and that. I would say that like 38 to 40% of Canada are the plebs, right? It's not us. You know, I would argue that we are not the plebs, the people that see through like that veneer of Trudeau, like, you know, the fact that there's just nothing going on with him on an intellectual level. But people seem to like, at least 38 to 40% of this country seem to excuse it just because of his looks, right? And I mean, that's sort of what's going on with Chance too. It's like when anybody has even like a little bit of a doubt, because he doesn't like really react or anything, and he is quite good looking, they're sort of like, willing to excuse there, right?
Well, I'm good looking and I can't get away with the shit that he got away with. But you know what? Pleading stupidity, going for stupidity. I mean, we talk about plebs, guys. It's like we're really not talking about anyone on Twitter. I mean, there is plebs on Twitter, but it's we're talking about like, so you got your 20% fully asleep, you got your 60 middle, like half asleep sheep, and then you get your 20% critical thinkers on top of that. It's basically like at this point, as far as I see, we've got like 50 plus one in terms of what I see with like masks and just going along with the thing. Like I think that they just lost so much trust capital that there's no recovery at this point. And we'll see what comes down with whatever. It depends how bad the thing goes, but I don't see it. So that's the way I break it down, and it's sort of irritating for people because no one identifies as a sheep, but we've got to identify as sheepdogs and shepherds, right? If we're at that level, and if we're not, then we just identify as the critical thinkers. But for the most part, everyone Dunning-Krugerly effectively identifies themselves as the smarty pants, right? So who knows?
So Carlo also touched on something else. He said, in being there, the politicians are presented as being like quite inept and like, stupid, whereas he sees our politicians now as like very cunning and like, constantly looking for power. I don't know, do you want to weigh in on
And
that?
disagree. No, they're the same thing. They're always going to be inept because they're the people that are motivated towards power. I agree with the opposite account. I don't see any cunningness. I mean, all it is drama, right? It's literally like actors now. We're seeing with the Zelensky, Trudeau. It's all about just perception of media thing, and then they try to own the media to further their perception. So that's my take, anyways. The quick take.
Yeah, and that started actually before you think about Obama. I mean, it was all celebrities when he gave his whatever, when he became president, the big party and everything, inauguration ball. I mean, it was celebrities. It was getting tickets there, and look at half the country just fell in love with him because why? All the celebrities. Like it's, who's going, who's it?
See and be seen, right? Like, I mean,
Well, you can go back to Reagan in terms of like the figurehead thing, but they're all figureheads, right? They're all just playing. As far as I can tell. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the problem is we're not getting like the altruistic leaders going towards things. We're getting people that are the megalomaniacs, right? People want to feed their ego, and we need that quiet guy, intellectual in the back of the room to be forced into the limelight to start making decisions. We can't depend upon like the people that actually are attracted to the light, right?
right. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, I was kind of struggling with it earlier. It's like, so I mean, Trudeau is an idiot, but it's almost like he has like this. It's kind of like a cunning for like self-preservation and stuff like that, and like just figuring out what will work. I mean, for us, he's lost all that trust capital, but like, I mean, there are still people that love the guy. Like, I mean, it's just absolutely stunning. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't even know.
They
I don't
love
know how
the
to.
image, they love the whole presentation, the whole construct behind him, but they don't actually love him, right? He's just fulfilling the role of the fool at the front of the train, but their train is unattainable, right? And it's like that whole thing of like, is Chauncey the plebs, right? Like that was my question about the book. Is Chauncey really representative of the plebs, right? And it represents that sort of hero's journey of like, you can become the president too, you're mediocre, you don't really achieve anything, you're not really doing anything notable, but somehow just by circumstance you get elevated. It's like Trading Places, right? Trading Places, Eddie Murphy movie back in the
Right.
80s. It could
Yeah,
be the
yeah.
same sort of thing superimposed, right?
Right.
I think some of it's also the joke about the fact of what the vice president is, right? The vice president really is the most kind of ill-designed part of the U.S. Constitution, right? Because all they do is cast the vote in the Senate if it's tied, and in case the president dies, right? It was always kind of a weird position, and everybody who ever sits in that position, it's always kind of a weird, you know, what do they do there? Do they get remembered? Do they just sit there and be quiet? So I think it's the idea there is that we don't see it happen, but it is very possible that he could be a vice president and actually be a very effective vice president because he would just go somewhere and make pithy responses, right, that are neutral, that don't cause any real problems, and that's pretty much all you want out of a vice president, right?
Yeah, you go back and look and, you ask a question, who is the vice president, in this year, who is the vice president to this president? And also, it's kind of funny looking, when they were talking about they couldn't pick the one guy because he was sick or getting a surgery or what have you. And now, now we have all these politicians coming across. Oh, I got COVID. I got COVID wearing mask, and it's just like, wow, you know, thought that was weak.
I mean, usually, I mean, that's the thing is that usually in any given like presidential term, like it'll usually be depending on what's going on there, if there's a war going on or something else, it'll usually be say the attorney general, the secretary of state, or secretary of defense that you'll usually see on the TV more. Like the vice president really is just kind of rolled out there, kind of like you know for places the president doesn't have time to go, right? It's like, oh, the vice president has to show up somewhere, so it's almost kind of like the first lady. It's just it's such a worthless role, and it's just there for to take to like make appearances and stuff like that, not do any real work or anything like that. That's pretty much what it's become everywhere.
Kind of like a developer working from home.
That's that's what it's become in the last 50 years, 40 years. I mean, if you look back in the 1960s and prior, I mean, the vice president held a very crucial role, and there was many vice presidents who ended up becoming pretty epitomizing people in history. But we live in this bloody Kardashian world where, you know, politics is marketing. I mean, it's always been marketing, but it's marketing, and the pretty face sells, and that's just where we're at this point in time. People have to hurt. People have to be without their Starbucks and their Teslas and their, you know, they need to really feel the pain of what's going to become of this Kardashian world, and it's coming to a head. But there was a time in history where the vice president's role was in the United States was much more, uh, you know, a critical role.
I mean, I would say some did, and usually those guys became presidents later on, so like Teddy Roosevelt and stuff like that. But even going back to Lincoln, it was entirely just a running mate. So what was it? The guy Johnson, who was actually
Johnson, yeah.
not very intelligent, not very skilled, whatever. He entirely grabbed Johnson, right, just to kind of, because they were running on kind of, Johnson was actually a Democrat, but they were running on kind of a united ticket, and he was from another part of the country, right? So like he the vice president's always been useful ever since whatever is it the 12th or 13th, whichever amendment where they actually, because originally what was kind of weird, right, is that yeah, for the first 30 years or so, the vice president was just the runner up. So it was actually possibly a rival for a long time there, right? And then, yeah, like 1830s or so, I think
Well,
they
not only
changed
that,
it.
look at things. Sex sells. Look at Kennedy. Do you think he would have been as popular if he hadn't been so devastatingly good looking, according to what society considers good looking? You know, we are a very materialistic society, and anyone in politics knows that, and it's definitely part of strategy. If you have a pretty candidate, well, you know, that's going to take you far, and that's really sad, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's more to Lyndon Johnson being sort of in that position than just.
No, I was talking about Andrew Johnson.
Yeah, not Lyndon Johnson per se, just in general.
Is
Andrew
that what we're
Johnson.
talking about? What's the guy I'm thinking of? JFK's running mate
Yeah,
there.
that was Lyndon Johnson. No, yeah.
Lyndon Johnson.
No, Andrew Johnson is the guy who became president after
Right.
Lincoln was
Way back.
assassinated,
Way
right?
back. Yeah.
And yeah, he
Okay.
was completely incompetent, but he had been chosen entirely just to because they wanted to run on a unity ticket, and he was there to kind of counterbalance Lincoln and stuff like that. And so that's usually why vice presidents are chosen, right? If the one guy's from the West, they choose somebody from the East. If the one guy's a senator, they choose a Democrat. Right? Historically, they chose a governor or something, but usually it's somehow to kind of fill in some gap, right?
I mean, Kennedy was an absolute intellectual bomb. I mean, he barely made it through school. You know, so there were times when your vice president really was your backup. It's not like that anymore. Times have just really
Well,
drastically changed.
they've failed multiple times to get the vice president to go into positions of power, right? Like
Right.
a lot of times it's been a complete failure, like Quayle, total failure. I was surprised with Biden. I was like, oh, really? They're actually going to do that? Like, that's pretty surprising. But I think they sort of had a lock because you're looking at, no offense to those Americans in the room, but they're fucking stupid enough. As long as they recognize the name, they're like, oh, I can vote for this. Like, it's literally that dumb down there, right? So, their literacy rate, what is it, 65% or 44% can't write a sentence on a grade 6 level. So I mean,
Is that accurate though? Like, I mean,
no. There's a
that...
study. There's a study out there. I think it's 44, but it's really the number that's been posited is up to 65%. No, it's true, dude. It's true. I've traveled throughout the states, and it's
And
like
yet
there's a lot
Canada
of
vaccinated at a 90% rate.
yeah, but that's because the apathy level is like 9,000 here, whereas the Confederate flag is much stronger down there. So it's you got two. There's cultural shit and there's education shit, and we have a big apathy problem up here. I'm not trying to not trying to kick you in the nuts there as an American, but I'm just saying, like, you know it too. We've all rolled around down there, and there's a lot of trailer park. Let's put it that
You
way.
bet your ass.
There's a lot of big
So-
gulp.
So I mean, Canada has what, like an 87% literacy rate, but like you have to break that down. It's like, what level of reading, right? It's like, is it like, can you read enough to like get through the day and like fill out an application and stuff like that, and like maybe read at like a grade 8 level, or is it like a higher level of reading, like,
Well, you'd have to
it's like how does that shake out, right? Like,
I have a 17-year-old, okay? And I've gone through the public school system with my child. My child's also on the spectrum, as they call it. I don't give a shit what they call it anymore, as long as I can get funding for my kid for an EA. Our public school system is crap compared to what it used to be.
Right.
And that's because all of the money is tied up in administrative salaries and managers who need managers of managers of managers at the top. If you put me in there, I could make sure that every damn kid got an EA. It's just because the unions are just, they're so bloody greedy. It's just become so dysfunctional. So yeah, our level of education in Canada has drastically declined, and it's become only available to children who have parents of means or the right connections. It really is that way. And unless you are a very present parent, as I have been, I gave up my career for my kid, okay, and started a small business because, I used to work for KPMG, but there was no support in the school, so I had to advocate for my child since he was 4 years old. What's happened in this country is just absolutely appalling. Our public school system is just awful. Um, my kid came out of grade 4 and he didn't know how to read. So that tells you how much, it's not about the kid anymore. It's become about the teacher and the unions and their rights, and we need to get back to education. We really,
It's
really do.
also mass immigration, which has long plagued the
Yes.
U.S. more than Canada. But now it's because, of course, what happens? These kids come over the border from God knows where. They barely speak English, and they just stick them into a class, and then it just lowers the standard of everything, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
actually, if you go back to the early 19th century in the U.S. actually had one of the first, highest, literacy rates, among the general population, right? Like that's what's weird is that, I remember it was a comedian, I can't remember what comedian, but he was like joking about how like, and this was like 20 years, like it was before 9/11 because he actually had a joke. He's like, oh yeah, you go back and you read like these like Civil War letters from like some 16-year-old who like grew up on a farm and they're always like very elegant, like dearest, whatever, we're engaged, and then he's like, you can only imagine what, the letters from the last Gulf War, right? Because this was before 9/11. He's like, oh, I hate it here. It's all hot and sweetie, right? Like instead of sweaty, right? Like people were actually extremely literate back in the early to mid 19th century in the U.S. Now, of course, because everybody, was pretty much
Well, there was
raised.
one-room schoolhouses, right? You didn't
Well, but
have
even
60
even
kids
at
in a
home,
class.
it comes down to the whole Protestant idea, right? Instead of having the priest read, not to knock Catholics or anything, but the idea is that a Protestant has to read their own Bible, right? So the U.S. being a puritanical Protestant society, it was expected that even if all you did was milk cows, you still had to read your own Bible for the sake of your own salvation. So that in the early 19th century there, most most people could read because it was expected for religious worship. You actually had to read to be religious.
Yes.
You bastard.
Hey, Adrian, I would argue even like like a higher rate like of literacy. Like to me, like having gone into education and having quit and like like being in working at a bookstore and all this, like all these people who read out like like more like easily brainwashed than probably the people who can read. I would argue here like a bunch of people in my university or like like in my social circles of like writers and all this, like they're just so brainwashed, but like the school system and like the whole like as your team Marxist BS that like I feel like maybe someone who's not embedded like that much embedded into that system, like they might be like in a better position to question than like at least the educated people I know, like air quotes, like they're like easily like they seem to be like have like a disposition to get like to absorb like all the doctrine, all the postmodernist BS that's out there. So I don't know what's worse.
Circumcision.
I was
Uh-oh.
waiting for that. I was waiting for it. I was waiting. I'm surprised it took him this long.
Well, you asked the question, what's worse than that? Well, circumcision's pretty
I
fucking
am
bad.
anti-circumcision, Wog. You know that. I am with you. I am your
I
sister.
know. I'm not
I'm your
doubting anybody.
sister.
You know what? I'm willing to bet that if you were to plot circumcision rate to literacy rate, there would be a direct,
I'm the mother of a
correlation.
male child. I did not circumcise my boy.
Yeah, but when we talk about Western world, I bet you're on track with that. But if we
I
track,
fought the power. I fought the power. I have a
but
Catholic mother-in-law, and I told her to go suck wood.
well, I tell you what, the way to do it though is you track that in a country that has like literacy rates going up, but has a traditional whatever thing like going to Africa or something like that. Then like on the Western world, yes, I believe it's like
Yeah.
tracked right exactly the way you said that. If you track it in like an African country or something like that, I bet you'd see like an uptick when they first trusted like whiteys, and then they were like, oh, okay, enough of that, and then it would drop right off, and then the literacy rate would go up, and then there would be no trackability rate. But I'd be interested to do those metrics though.
One baby at a time, Wog. One baby at a time.
Because I'm pretty certain that even if you did someplace that doesn't normally circumcise, like say Japan, that has a very high like literacy rate overall, I'm pretty sure that the people who take the time to get circumcised there, the literacy rate's higher too. It's kind of a loaded question, right? Because usually in countries that are less likely to circumcise, the people who are circumcising are probably usually better off, right?
It's tradition, right?
Right.
Like for me, when my son was a baby, it's tradition. It's what's always been done. And I said, well, that's not any reason to cut my child. So no, it's not getting done. And I mean, I faced a lot of opposition for many years. And it was like, well, why? The doctor said it was fine. So I trusted my doctor. My doctor said it wasn't necessary. So we didn't do it. Period. Done.
So I just queried circumcision in Japan, and it was the longest return of any search I've ever done on the internet. It took like 20 seconds for it to populate. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. See the fucking obfuscation. There's a conspiracy theory here, guys. I guarantee you there's a fucking conspiracy theory waiting to happen in here.
There always is.
Okay, Japan, 9. Let's see what this 9% of the population. 9% Japan. So let's look at Japan literacy rates now. I think you might get fucked here, buddy. This might be
but
like
you have to compare. You have to compare the literacy rate of the circumcised versus the uncircumcised in Japan.
Oh yeah, sure. The confounder. I don't think so. Let's see here. Let's see what the literacy rate of Japan is.
Well, that's what
I
I'm
know
saying.
that this is going to be gigantic. The literacy rate in Japan is going to be like fucking 98%. It's going to be stupidly high. So, anyways, I think we've already proven. I wanted to use an African country, but apparently Japan.
No, but that proves my point. I'm pretty sure that the circumcised are more literate than the uncircumcised in Japan. I'm pretty sure that if you find the illiterate,
they're fine arts degrees. They're not trades.
Yeah, cheese intake versus computer science degrees in any country. You could look at the same graph and like a causality. We could get all. We could. I mean, I think we're digressing here off of the book club. Am I wrong or?
Well, so have you seen the movie then, Wogpog,
or? Being there, yeah. Great movie.
And did you actually read the book, or did you only see the movie?
No, I did read the book. I read the book way before the movie, and then I only clued in that it was the movie like halfway through. Like that's how dense I am. And then I actually own the book,
Sorry.
the 1970s version. But it was produced after the book I have. Unfortunately, is produced after the movie because it has the the end thing at the end credit thing on the movie. It's clearly produced after the book. But no, I think that there's a lot of like I've been quoting that. I'll find the tweet here that I tweeted out a long time ago, but I was saying that there's some similarities of what we're seeing is like incompetence at the upper class, and like the upper class rotates around more how you can fit in, like any kind of socio-economic thing, than it does around actual competence, right? It's more like, Bill Gates is not he's not a genius by any, he like, and neither is Elon Musk or any of these guys. It's just sort of like you just sort of got there by positioning at the right time, the right place, people that wanted to push a certain thing, and then you were just behind it, and it just got pushed, right? And it's not necessarily the guys like that created like what he was pumping, right? He was basically pumping a Xerox operating system. Uh, you know, Same thing with Musk. If you look back into his early days, like he was basically stole the idea from another dude and then pushed that and got his first 8 million, and then 8 million was leveraged into this and that. It's like it's more about positioning, and a guy that can sort of, like we were talking about BJ the other day, like a guy that it's a hustler that knows how to hustle shit. Like you can have the greatest idea in the world, sliced bread, inventor, and not go anywhere, and then someone grabs that idea and like makes it go worldwide. And you can look at the inventor of photography, right? There's two inventors of photography. Arguably, the first guy is just forgotten, but Daguerre is fully, there. And the first guy was like, "This is an IP process. You're gonna have to pay £2,000, back in the day when that could buy you a house to do this process." And the other guy was like, "I'll give you the process for free, but you have to buy these chemicals for £20 each time you develop a thing, right?" And so that guy that was selling the chemicals became um, ubiquitous, Daguerre, and the other guy was just forgotten in history. So it's all about how you approach two different things. The IP itself was immaterial. It's how it's applied that gets you somewhere.
So you don't consider Musk a genius on some level?
No, he's a polymath, and he knows how to fucking whittle down because he's struggled with like two guys in a fucking room for years, and he knows how to produce shit with like very little work horsepower. Two
Right.
people that believe in it. That's bootstrapping a startup, basically. He understood the startup culture very early on, and I do too in my own thing. Like I understand, like it's better to have two competent individuals that are working very hard together than it is to have like a team of like 12 people, because as soon as they have 12 people, someone's going to have to babysit the fucking, the 10 of them that require constant tending. Like, I don't know where I put my lunchbox. It's like, oh, it's over here, Ralph. Oh, what's good? But where's the pencils? I don't know where the pencil sharpener is. It's like they're just you just become a babysitter at a certain point, right? And you're like, you have an HR department, you have a media department, and that's why he's sort of like gotten rid of all that shit with Tesla. He's like, I don't fucking care anymore. Like, just get out of the way. Like, just do your work, get it going, and let's work hard. Let's bootstrap. And so, in a way, he's an autist, right? And he's admitted himself. But the other way, he's a polymath, right? So he knows enough about each thing that he's not a fucking fool. So you can't pull wool over his eyes, and that's all you have to know. You don't have to know too much. You just have to know enough that you can figure out when someone's bullshitting you. That's the key to anything, any industry or any whatever, right? So you just have to. I don't know. That's my opinion.
Right. So Wog, who would you consider a modern, like a contemporary genius?
Feynman.
Yeah, I'll agree there. Yeah, I agree.
What do you guys consider a genius right now? Like, for the record.
I don't know. I would say Hawking was a genius. Um, yeah, Stephen Hawking. I guess Ed Witten, he's another physicist. Um, yeah.
I knew you would relate to Hawking, but I also knew you would relate to his propensity for strippers and escorts and wheelchair dances and such. So you just got to
Yeah.
get a wheelchair.
John McAfee.
That yeah, he is a bit of a genius.
John McAfee is who Elon Musk wishes he was.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy that his body has never been released. So like I mean, is he actually here's another conspiracy theory, like is he actually gone or no, right?
Forget that guy. Look at the guy who started the after Mount Gox shit itself. There was a Canadian guy who I know personally, people that have lost thousands of Bitcoin to this guy. He's from Halifax, and then
Quadriga.
yeah, look into that guy. And the RCP said that they couldn't exhume his body because of COVID-19. Well, they still haven't exhumed his body, and I don't remember the last time anyone's talked about COVID-19. And he disappeared in a famous Indian
Yeah.
place where it's like you can buy a death certificate, like the place you go to like die accidentally, and then you just buy a guy's body and say that you're dead or whatever. So yeah, look into Quadriga.
You know what's
Matt,
interesting? I was gonna sign up for Quadriga, but like, I kind of pulled back at the last minute and I went with Coin Square because like I'm closer to Toronto, so I figured, I can always hop on the train and, you know, actually go down there and like
strong
complain.
arm them. As a
Yeah,
geek, it's like I'll be flipping your latte if you don't give me back my coin keys.
well, no, I could at least go down and make a scene, right?
Well, someone should be bitch slapping anyone who gives their keys to anyone else. It's like whatever you need to do with your
Yeah,
exchange, you do
totally.
it. You do it in like 24 hours, and it's gone off the
I
exchange.
agree.
Like it's just like, oh well, I just needed this thing. It's like, I don't know. I just
Yeah.
it's the whole crypto thing has just been. I've been so on the periphery of it for so long, and I've listened to all the stories of just how people have gotten like fucked repeatedly, and like people that have like intimate knowledge of like how everything works, and it's like the repeating stories like, well, I just thought I'd just give them like the keys and then
Yeah, I never understand this myself, and I actually had like a tweet that I tweeted at Bruce Fenton the other day where he's saying, it's actually like I mean, it could have been like an ironic like trolling post that he was putting out there. He was saying like, "Oh, guys, it really is not that easy like to keep your own keys and stuff like that." And I said, like it really reminds me of people who like in the early 2000s they got a laptop and then the hard drive crashes and like they lose all their computer files when like a CD or a DVD to back it up is literally like 50 cents, right? It's like
well, but why? But see, the people make the issue of like when they go to back up shit, they're like, I need to back up the whole operating system. Like, no, you don't. Have everything that you have that you need, that user generated
yeah.
content goes into one file, and that file is, you can call it user. I don't care what you call it. My files, and then everything from that. Like most people's like actual precious data is like, it's nothing, it's like, I mean, nowadays, I guess if you're going to think about PDFs and shit like that, let's just say like it's less than 500 megabytes. It's less than half a terabyte. That's a USB stick, but
It's
it's
a
like
CD,
people get
right?
like,
Like I
I'm
mean,
just going to back up my whole system, and it's like it takes 5 hours. Like people don't understand what's going on, and then it's like, well, what's the actual like user generated content that you've produced? Like it's actually nothing in terms of data. And well, my emails, it's like, well, that's a different thing, right? There's another way to do that. It's like, what is going on here, and that's again where there's another like thing, like a super easy app to produce. It's like, okay, this is going to be called like userbin.com app, like we're just going to reconfigure your computer that everything you do as a user is going to go into this one little fucking thing here, and that's going to be like updated to the cloud, Bitcoin and blockchain for encryption purposes, and then ding, it's like, but
Yeah,
you can't,
yeah.
people don't get what's going on. They're just like, it takes me 8 hours to, like, I've got to back up my, and then, Windows Update will kick in halfway through it. And it's like, oh, my backup failed. It's like, why are you backing up like 15 gigs of data when it's like, you're actually talking about something that could have been done in like 3 minutes, right? But because everything's parsed into their little convenience factors, again, back to convenience. Well, I have my images in this one, and I have this one and that one. Images should be its whole other different silo, right? Like, because images are sort of important, but not that important. But as far as user generated data, there's all kinds of stuff, but it doesn't really matter because it was actually that important to you. It probably came to you through email or probably went out in email, and that's where like the real parser comes through. And I don't think people really remember, Gmail used to be invite only, and part of the thing you had to acquiesce to is that they could parse through all your shit, all your emails, if you use that service. And I think now they did the same thing with G Drive. So as the services got bigger and bigger, it's all parsed by them. And I know people that have had G Drive links, like Google Doc links out of their G Drive, that have been like, protocols or different things about ivermectin or whatever, where it's been confiscated and no further shares allowed and blah, 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 right? The link just didn't work because it was like considered blah, 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 right? And that's why I like sort of quasi refuse to like email someone on Gmail, and they're like, there's these really smart dudes I really want to talk to, but it's like, dude, you're still using Gmail? Like, holy fuck, this is so like 1997-ish,
So I mean, with Bitcoin and like all these other coins and stuff like that, to back up the private keys, I would think people would make the effort just because it's money, right? Like, I mean, there's an actual value there. That's not to say like your other files are not important, but I would think people would make the effort to back that up, so that they have control of it, like understand it and back it up. But I mean, the whole FTX thing it's pretty clear
because
that they're
people
not
don't
going to do that, right?
but people don't explain it properly. The problem with Bitcoin is that people like to they masturbate intellectually into your ear. It's like blah 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 blockchain, and it does this and it does all these other fucking things. It's like checksum. That's all it's doing. Checksum. That's the period. End of story. Just explain it really simply like that. All it is public ledger, checksums. That's it. Okay, that's what Bitcoin is. Now you get your key to your wallet, right? Your key to your Bitcoin has keys. You hold those keys in the wallet. You can hold an access to that wallet, or you can hold those keys individually. Boom. That's it. Done. That was 15 seconds long. No one understands what's going on. They're all like Bitcoin, crypto. It's like someone saying AI, right? It's like, oh, this app is AI powered. It's like, yeah, that's just like the same kind of shit that they sell you razors for. It's like the new Try 7-plex razors. It does fucking things 7 times better than the other razors because it does fucking this and that. It's called Mach 15. Whoosh, a picture of a fucking fighter jet flying by with a big fucking penis on the end of it. It's like, so I'm supposed to buy those ones, and how much do they cost? Oh, those are $35 for two, three things, but they have like 7 cock power. It's like, I don't need 7 cock power. I just want to like shave my, beard. Like, it's not. It's just marketing.
that brings up.
So what do you shave with then, Wog? What do you shave with?
I got a bullfrog.
What's a bullfrog?
It's a bamboo handled, old school. Fucking. It's just like a fancy one of those stupid startup things. Like they sell like shaving.
So it's just a safety razor, right? Like
yeah. They have one. No, they have one that is that. This one is just like the typical like 3 blades with like a thing
see,
on. But
I used the safety razor. That was one of the
well,
things I switched to after COVID.
Well, I wanted to get the
because I
safe
had time
razor.
to carve myself all up, and so I bled a lot the first couple weeks.
Yeah, but you like that bloodletting shit anyways. But no, I wanted to get into something like that because I was looking up, and this is gonna enough to freak you out. Apparently those strips of like lubricating shit that are on those razors and stuff, they're like super filled with like estrogen.
Estrogen. I
Yeah.
doubt it's gonna be estrogen. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Like in the Gillette and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's all like super estrogen 9000. And like when you
Yeah,
cut
right.
yourself, it's like hard mainlining that estrogen right into your system. Like, and I don't know why, but honey, why don't you make the decisions about the street fight that's gonna happen? It's like, what happened? I don't know. I shaved with this razor this morning.
That's pretty interesting. I did not know that.
I always knew those things were fucking bad news, though. I knew from the second they started putting them on the things, I was like, "This is bad news. What is this stuff?" Because the only thing my dad used to have when he used to shave was like he had this like sort of a crayon stick. It was like a white crayon thing, so it's basically
It's
designed for like
it's I bought one like that too because I went all old school. It's like some sort of like let me go check. But it's like a salt lick, right? It's like potassium something.
yeah, and it's like when you cut yourself shaving and you don't want to show up at the meeting with like a bloody face and a big scar, you just sort of like put this like white chalky thing
Yeah, it's
on your
potassium alum.
Yeah, there you go. So it stops the bleed, and then you can like sort of wipe it off like an hour
Yeah,
later. And it's like
instead of like aftershave. Well, you don't even have to wipe it off because actually it also tightens your skin. So
maybe I could put that on my loose foreskin, my foreskin injury.
yeah, no, like I said, like that was the thing I did. So like, yeah, as soon as the lockdown, like even when I was like unsure if it was gonna last 2 weeks or not, like the first thing I bought was that, and then I bought the Illume stick, and I even bought like just like a brush, and then I buy like the it's like an Italian company Proraso, like the actual like soap bowl, and I mix it with the brush and everything.
So what do you put in that thing? What's your soapy stuff that you put in that thing?
I know that the brand I buy. I think I bought another one, but I bought the Proraso. You can look it up. It's just an Italian
Yeah.
brand of and it
How
comes in the
much?
bowl. I think it lasts me a while. I think it was $8 or $9.
Ah, sweet man. I'm gonna look that up because I've been using the gel shit that came with whatever, some fancy shit, and I don't like it. I don't like the feeling it gives me after. It's like, I don't know, slimy or something. So yeah, I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, it's
And do you have
$8.
do you have the real boar's brush? The
Yeah,
real boar's, yeah.
yeah. I think it was a boar. Yeah, I think it was a boar. Let me
hmm
see, like
hmm
shaving brush. It was a cheap one. I don't know if I.
But it's like got white tips on the end, like the
Yeah,
full. But it's not
it
like
was.
Chinese
Yeah,
fake.
it was I think it was the Wilkinson sword, which was just like a cheap one.
Right.
I've been thinking about going back to safety razors though, just because I'm so sort of done with the thing here. It's just there's too many blades and shit going on. It's like I don't need all this shit, and like I cut myself constantly. I never shave, right? I'm always 5 o'clock shadow. I just use a buzzer to reduce the 5 o'clock shadow. So, but every once in a while I do shave, and when I do shave, I consider it sort of like a ritual, right? And I, if you don't have the proper equipment and stuff, and like I'm just shocked at just how fucked we've been as men. Like there's very few things we do that are men only. And it's like, yeah, I'll just use this like aftershave body lotion and shit and like share or shaving cream, which is another fucking terrible idea. Like I want to do the ritual, you know what I mean? It's like rolling a smoke or something. Like I want to roll a fucking smoke. I don't want to fuck around with like, you know what I mean? Like there's a whole ritual to it. And like I think for shaving for me it's like, I don't know. It's just like something I do so
So
rarely that I
the
want the
reason
right
I
shit.
got it, because like I said, because I have like a pretty extreme undercut. It's almost to the point of being a mohawk, but it's an undercut, and then I comb to the side.
How'd I know that?
I don't know. But so like that's where I would waste most of my blades, right? And of course, when you're shaving with a three-bladed razor on head hair, you're pretty much just cutting it 3 times. And so that was one of the reasons I bought it. Because actually, what I often do is I'll shave that, and then yeah, I actually have a wireless hair trimmer that I use to actually, yeah, just trim my beard. Um, So I use the razor on my head, and then I use the head shaver on my beard. But yeah, that's the main reason I switched to using, because
You're,
otherwise, like if I was using the triple blade ones, like to do my full head, like usually I would have to use 2 of them to do my head, right?
well, you're non-existent beard, because you all know you're Portuguese and that they have wispy beards like little 14-year-old Frenchmen that are trying to grow their first mustache.
It's fun. It kind of brings up like what does Chance in the story do for like grooming and stuff like that? They never really cover that.
Did they? I'm
Yeah,
trying to
he
remember.
shaves in the movie. He shaves in the movie.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
he
does
has like
he?
a bathroom and stuff, so yeah, I assume he shaves. I think he talked about something like that.
But
But I
see,
mean,
his character lends itself to like proper maintenance, right? Because he's a gardener, so he'd be very maintenance. You know what I mean?
So yeah,
right.
on Amazon, the one I have, it's the Viking Revolution. It's a butterfly safety razor, so you don't have to unscrew the head. You just like screw the bottom, and it like opens like a little butterfly wing. Then you drop the blade in there. That's the one. It's 30 right now. I think that's about what I paid. It's down $5. So yeah, that's
What's it called again?
Viking Revolution double edged safety razor, long
Okay.
handle double edged safety razor, and it comes with 10 blades. And then when I buy the blades, oh, it looks like Gillette's selling the blades again now, because they weren't selling them on here. But when I buy the blades, I actually, because like the cheaper ones, you get like 1,000 of them for like $8-9, and then if you pay for the more expensive one, you spend like for 1,000 of them, you get like um. Oh, it looks like no, they are selling the blades for the one brand now, but I usually buy the Derby Premium, and you get like 1,000 of them for like $13. But it looks
Yeah,
like
but
now
you're
the
not
Saving
getting
Revolution.
stainless though. Not stainless.
Yeah, no, I mean they rust, but it's like they're like 12 cents each, right? So like I'll use like the moment it has like the slightest bit of resistance, you just pop it off, throw it away, right? Because yeah, like I guess there's some brands here like they want to sell you like 100 for $14 or even 50 for $13. But yeah, I just buy the Derby Premium and get 1,000 of them.
Listen to that, ladies. This guy's frugal. He's a catch. You want a
Or
frugal man?
maybe it's 100. Sorry, maybe it is. No, it's not 1,000. Yeah, it's 100. So maybe I will try.
Yeah, you want a frugal man like Zinc. No expense spared. 13 cents per blade. This is what kind of man we're talking about. It's a catch.
A frugal man. He still has an AOL account.
I didn't say stupid. I said frugal. Is that true though, Zinc? You still have an AOL account?
No, I still have a Yahoo.
Oh, I had a Yahoo until fucking David, what's his name? Until they fucking outed that hacker and he killed himself. Fuck those assholes. David Schwartz, whatever. Aaron Schwartz.
Aaron Schwartz, yeah.
They can suck a left nut. Those fucking sons of bitches. They got blood in their hands, as far as I'm concerned. I won't even look at anything Yahoo. If I get redirected to something Yahoo, I'm just like immediate back. I can't even tolerate it anymore. And you know what? They had the world was their oyster, dude. They could have fucking owned the internet. AOL, Yahoo, they had everything. Netscape Navigator, all those fucking guys. They just completely shat the bed. You know, the .com, just the money just fucked them over. And then Yahoo, like doxing Aaron Schwartz, like, oh, that bastard hacking the medical science journals and wanted to open source them. What a big badass hacker! Like, wow, that's pretty terrible. Imagine.
Wasn't it more MIT that like sort of threw him under the bus?
No, it was, well, I mean, they all did.
Because I mean, MIT, he actually was given access to the MIT campus.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah.
So
I
they were
mean,
pissed off that he had like access to all the medical journals, and then he started downloading them and open sourcing them, and then they caught him, and they had to, so he actually did it in a sort of a way that wasn't really so clairvoyant, but he never counted on, we didn't have the knowledge back then that that these fuckers would actually out you, and he did some OPSEC problems, and then they went to Yahoo to really pee spank him. But who knows if that had been successful? I mean, we may not be in the mess that we are now. I mean, if we all those medical journals should be open source. Those are humanity journals, right? But we're just making another, Vatican secret catacombs library thing going on again. It's like, fuck you guys.
Yeah, it's like they want to keep it pay to play, right? So it's like, JSTOR.
Well, it's even just that they don't. It's not even a question of money. It's obfuscation, right? They don't want people to have access to it. They don't want it searchable. They don't want to be called on things, years down the line, right?
So it's like, I think it's Foamy who comes into a lot of these spaces. He's always praising the lion's mane mushroom for, like, taking pain away and stuff like that. When I was in university, um, I remember searching like JSTOR, I think it was, and that's where I found like the first studies about lion's mane. And this is like, I guess, how long? Like, 14 years ago, I guess.
What?
So,
Get out of
yeah.
here. What? You're
Yeah.
actually an early adopter of this? So tell us what you found.
It said that it could regrow, not neurons, it's like the axons in your brain, um, which I guess are like
It's
nerve
the
cells, right?
connections. It's the
Yeah,
connections
yeah, yeah, yeah.
between them. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was like 14 years ago. There was only two studies. I'm sure there are more now, but then I mean, you never know. It might be the same
So
two
wait a minute. How
studies.
did you sniff into this, Adrian? Because you're getting into my little wheelhouse here. What's going on here, Chauncey?
Um, how did I sniff into this? Well, I was just searching JSTOR at school, like just because like with your student card you got access to all of this stuff. And like there was even this military database that you were allowed access to. Um, and that's where I found out like there was actually like a Chinese spy in like 2008 that was like arrested in the US, and like this stuff never made the papers, but like they actually had made it deep into like the government. I forget which department. Um, so like this stuff was going on back then. Um, yeah, and then I actually, when I was on the train going to school, I actually read in a newspaper that China, CSIS actually said that China had spies in Canada then already. So this is like 2008, and they said, they're just like people that come to the country and they just live as Canadians and like report back to like see how the lifestyle is and stuff like that. So I actually went on that military database to like do some more research, and like, yeah, they were saying that like there were Chinese spies all across North America, like, and they like get in as like immigrants and then like kind of work their way through the system as like a normal citizen would, and then like get into these jobs and then like, find information, send back secrets and stuff like that. And I mean there are
So
more
anyways, yeah.
yeah, so yeah, sorry, so like, but anyway, I was just like, I guess I was looking for like an edge in how I could, just do more studying and stuff like that. So that's,
Adderall. So you
yeah.
were looking up Adderall, and then you
No,
found
no, 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 no. Yeah, I was
Ritalin.
just, yeah, I was just, I forget what search terms I was looking
So
for. I was,
you actually were on to this that early. That's very
yeah,
fascinating
lion's
to me
mane.
because I've
Yeah,
been on like your sort of yeah, that's interesting that you sort of back that up because yeah, that's fascinating that you'd come across that. Good memory bank there.
but I mean like chaga and like all the other stuff. I came onto later on, like through Paul Stamets, right? I mean, I would say like maybe 9 years after that. So
Well, Stamets has been rolling around for like a good 30 years, right? So
yeah,
he's been around. Like he's out here in our neck of the woods. It's quite the mofo. But anyways, yeah, that's interesting that sort of backs that up, because it's one of the things now that's happening with the net is that we see that like these little infranets are going to become more and more important, of like just database building, like what our buddy Alan used to do. He's sort of gotten new aged off out of our group here, but the guy used to talk really loud and stuff. Like he was all into like creating these databases of stuff. It's just like it's like you can create databases. The problem is that you start to create databases of like knowledge only you know, and the next thing you know, you're like down all these rabbit holes, and you like disappear because it's only you and like trusted four other people in like a room marked private that you're talking about it and whispering to each other. It's like you got to watch the pot smoking, or whatever, right? You got to watch the paranoia value, like realize what this platform is, use it for that, and don't just I don't know. I see a lot of people that are sort of like rejuvenating their like internet rabbit holing that I used to do, and it's like, especially now, like there's constructed rabbit holes. Maybe they were constructed back then. I don't know. Are we playing that kind of 4D chess? I doubt it. But back in the day, I mean, the internet was just, I mean, well, it's still the same, right? It was like 3/4 porn and like 25% conspiracy theory. Now it's like 1% obfuscation on top of that, and then a bunch of media nonsense that no one pays attention to. So anybody that's on the internet is not really going to like CTV news, like streaming service, like, wait while you watch this ad. It's like, you guys, they just do not get, like, they still are looking at like the way that TV works for them. They're trying to apply it to the net. And it's like, I can't watch CBC anything because they make me like watch like 3 minutes of ads before I get to watch like a 10-minute section, and then I have like another 2-minute ad break. It's like, you guys know this is called the internet, right? Like the only way for you to like get forward of this is like drop all that shit and just have like funny. It's better to have one funny internet ad that makes you want to click it than it is to have like 20 real length commercials that you can play on your platform, right? It's like, so I don't know. But the other thing that's going on that I notice with the internet is like they're making the haystack way bigger, and it's getting harder and harder to find like information that I could find easily before is not found easily, just because they've merely increased the results to the point where, unless I can remember like a search term or a quote, term to sort of narrow it down, I can't find a lot of the shit
And by
that I could find
information, you
before.
mean that '90s porn. You want to find that exact video again, right?
Yeah, I want to find those like hairy. I want like a carpet match the drapes thing, and now apparently there is no carpet. We're talking hardwood floor everywhere. So yeah, you wanna match it to the hardwood floor on the ceiling.
Well, I mean, porn aside, I mean, if CBC did do a Beachcombers reboot, I would probably watch that.
So that's the
What?
choice: either porn or beachcombers. That's
Yeah,
the extent of your viewing.
No, he wants to see a relic again. He had a horn on for relic. Aren't you swinging
Relic Hunter.
Are you swinging on the other side of the fence there, Adrian, or was I wrong with my estimation of you?
I'm sorry, what side of the fence would that be?
The pant antler side of the fence.
Right.
When you go on a date, does your datee have a possibility of an erection, or are they?
I would say no.
Oh,
Is the
okay.
answer on that one.
So I guess the quick answer. So then that answers this. So then you're an incel. Is that correct?
Well, let's just say I haven't been on a date in a really long time, so maybe at this point, right?
Well, maybe we can arrange a date between you and Zinc, and you guys can like link up, and maybe there'll be some.
Always the matchmaker, Wog.
Maybe there'll be some chemistry there. It's like, what? We're so horny, like we're willing to put aside our.
I think I'd rather make a play for Gopgow, to be honest with you.
Oh, Gopgow, the reverse. Okay, well, fair enough. No, it's just the further people know about tech, the more I consider them to have a less developed sex life. It's essentially the diametrically opposed graph there. As tech knowledge goes up, sex knowledge goes down.
Yeah, I was just gonna
Shut
respond there, but then I just yeah.
Cheese intake versus tuberculosis. That's the classic graph there.
horse hockey.
Well, if I tell you what, if Adrian and Zink wanted to get a date and they were into menopausal women, we have a fucking corner on that market in these spaces. I mean, we've got a harem of menopausal women, so we're set.
You know that men can go through menopause too.
Oh, I know. We can go through periods
He has
as well.
firsthand experience.
So one of the guys that was he was on my team, and we had to do a meeting, and I always knew this guy had sort of a thing for older women, but more so than older women, he had a thing for big cans, right? So we were in this meeting, and I'm like looking over at him, and he's like just full on staring at this old lady's tits, and she had big cans. I mean, fair enough, she had big cans. Okay, I get you, but I'm like, I'm trying to like get his attention and trying to like snap him out of it, but he's like just staring at her, and she's fucking loving it. That was the hilarious part about the meeting. She's just fucking loving this whole thing go on, and I'm like, holy Christ, like I got to get him out of the meeting. So I'm like, hey, I stand up and I'm like, hey, can I get your attention over here for a second? I'm like, hey, go make some phone calls or fucking check your emails or something. Like, you got to get out of this meeting, right? And she was like a little bit like downtrodden that he got booted out of the meeting. Anyways, long
Your
story
family
short,
reunions sound wild.
yeah, exactly. So then he comes back and meeting's over, and like at the end of the meeting, I just watch like who's rotating towards who to sort of say like, hi, da da da, okay, that was a good meeting, blah blah blah, just sort of like informal, 5 minutes after the meeting. Well, he comes back up. She walks right over to him and she's like, oh hey, did it do and did it and like all talk to him, and like she's all keen on this. She's jazzed up that this young guy basically stared at her tits throughout the fucking meeting, and I'm trying to get him the fuck out of there. And it's like, it's like so obvious to everyone in the meeting, like, you got the autist staring at the big tits, and he doesn't really care like what it's attached to, and she doesn't care. And it was like, but it was quite funny to see them like sort of link up after the meeting, and like all, she's giggling like a 13-year-old schoolgirl, and I'm like, holy fuck, like this is actually happening. And it's like, yeah, it happened.
So a love connection was made.
No, I don't think that was ever
that had nothing to
consecrated.
do with love.
Right.
But live and let live, man.
Well, I had to prevent any of that. It's like, I don't want my contract to go floating out the window because this guy has a fetish for old bags with giant cans, right? It's like, holy shit. But
so like,
You
how
prefer
old would you say?
subcontractors with daddy issues, right?
yeah, I prefer those. Yeah, exactly. That's my preferred wheelhouse. Is it time to start like the uncouth, non-recorded space, or are we? Is it?
We could.
time?
I think we've
I
beaten
think
this
we're already
horse
there.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're there, but it's just like
But
I
yeah,
feel
no,
sort
no.
of like
I usually I try to pinch these off before we go too far off. But I put it up
Too
there in the
late for
next.
that.
Well, no, I mean, but I'm saying we try to stay somewhat tangential to the book to some extent, and then we digress a little bit. But yeah, if we're going to completely digress, then I'll probably stop the stream and everything. But I put it up there, so yeah, next week is Something Wicked This Way Comes, because we were talking like, oh, Fahrenheit 451. At least based on the movies, Fahrenheit 451, it wasn't bad, but I wasn't really. But I've always loved Something Wicked This Way Comes, that movie.
Ooh, Ray Bradbury. Yum.
So yeah. So I've never actually read a Ray Bradbury. The other possibility, there was another movie I saw. It was actually early on with Netflix. They've had like a bunch of old '70s movies, like, and there was one called The Illustrated Man, which is like a bunch of his short stories, and then it had Rod Steiger, I think, and it was just like a weird sort of premise of like this guy who had like these tattoos that like told stories. It was bizarre, but yeah, no.
Oh, I like that. I like that one. What's that one called? The Rod Steiger one?
The Illustrated Man. So it's a bunch of short stories that are unrelated, and it's and it's his most famous one. That like one of his most famous short stories is called The Velt. And it's like these kids, and they have like this holographic room, and they keep watching, like going to this hologram, like it's like these lions eating animals on the savannah, and the parents are disturbed by it. But that's in The Illustrated Man. There was like when I was, because I had the Netflix DVD because I was a film student, so like I had the Netflix DVDs there in the 2000s, and then when they started rolling out the streaming service, at first it was just pure crap on there, but then about 2009 they started adding a bunch of these like old, like kind of forgotten 70s movies. So like I watched a bunch of them, like they had Fahrenheit 451, Slaughterhouse 5, Johnny Got His Gun, A Boy and His Dog, Silent Running, The Illustrated Man. So like a bunch of and they don't have them on there anymore. But yeah, so I watched a bunch of these like kind of like sci-fi, like mid-grade, like not low budget, not high budget sci-fi movies from the 70s. They're on Netflix around 2009.
You ever thought about doing Taxi Driver, the book?
Oh, there's a book of it?
There is. All Schrader.
Oh, okay, and I didn't know there was a book of that. I've never looked into that, but yeah. So because of course, yeah, we were talking
Sorry,
about.
Richard Ellman. Sorry, Paul
Oh
Schrader,
yeah.
director. Sorry.
But yeah, no, I saw of course, I saw Something Wicked This Way Comes way back. 'Cause it was actually a Disney movie, but I've always liked that movie quite a bit. It has Jason Robards and what's his name? The guy from Brazil. I just looked him up. Jonathan Pryce is in it too. So then I thought about, if I'm going to do a Ray Bradbury, and I actually wanted to read one of them.
I love Jonathan Pryce. He's my favorite.
Is that sincere?
Oh, I think I'm thinking of Jonathan Winters. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. No, actually, Jonathan Pryce.
I love Jonathan Winters. He's so funny.
Jonathan Pryce has a passing resemblance to my father, so I've always had a particular affinity for Jonathan Pryce, just because of that. And then, of course, yeah, he's a great actor too.
Wasn't he also in that James Bond or something? Wasn't he in one of the James Bonds?
Jonathan Pryce?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it was in one of the Pierce Brosnan James Bonds.
Maybe I haven't seen those since
they were all garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really were.
I really love the one where it's like, 40 minutes of him getting like tortured. It's like, yeah, let's watch James Bond get tortured. And do you remember that one?
You think of the new
last
one where he's like sitting in the chair and they were like smacking his
Yeah.
No, that wasn't Brosnan. That was what's his name?
That was Daniel Craig.
No. But they did do another one at the end of the 90s that was the same bullshit.
Okay, yeah, I never really watched the Pierce Brosnan ones. I watched.
You didn't miss anything.
Like,
I mean, he could.
I think I watched 2 of the Daniel Craig ones.
But it could have been so good. It could have been so good.
I watched the first one he did, and then what was it? The one where it's like his ancestral home, something fall, Skyfall.
Skyfall, yeah.
I didn't see the one where they still try to steal like 30% of the water in Bolivia or whatever.
They could have done it so good, man. Like Pierce Brosnan could have been like, he was the perfect dude for it. And they just gave him like shite scripts all the way through. And it's like, oh my God, like he was perfect for it. He was set up for it. He was doing James Bond in Remington Steele. Like that's what he was acting like, and then they just fucked it.
And he was James Bond on like the Pepsi commercial, wasn't it? Like
Oh no, you guys.
in the
No.
90s
He's
or
too
or
pretty.
80s.
No, he was too pretty. Sean Connery. Nobody could do it after Sean Connery.
I'll tell you what, the best movie I saw with Pierce Brosnan, because I don't like it when he's being charming, I like it when he's being gross and disgusting, is The Tailor of Panama.
Can I tailor your Panama?
Again?
Yeah.
Again. Are we going to start another room that's not
Here we go.
recorded?
Yeah.
Here
So
we
I
go.
just put it up there. So yeah, it's Something Wicked This Way Comes. That's for Friday. I'm putting on Friday. We'll see how like these little if everybody how into it everybody is with these things next week.
So
What
I'm
is it, the
just wondering
commission?
if we want closing statements on being there by Jerzy Kosinski, just to like kind of close off the space with that's actually topical. I don't know if Carlo has anything to add.
Thank you, Andrian, for bringing us back to center.
Carlo, do you have anything that you want to add to close out being there, Jerzy Kosinski?
No, I'm good. I said my piece before about him, so yeah, all good. Thank you guys for the space again.
Yes, thank you.
All right, great space, Zinc. Really appreciate it. Wogpog.
Wait a minute. Zink
oh,
never said his whole space, his whole take, and you never said your whole take.
Oh, okay. Zinc, do you have anything to add to close this out, or?
Well, how about a summation? I mean, like, because I wasn't here for half it. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it, which irritates me. But can you summation your take on it, and I'll sum my thing up?
It's a satire of modern life, of self-importance and whatnot, right? I mean, that's what it is. I mean,
yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really sum it up right now, just because we've like gone so far away. So yeah, I'll agree with that. The first part was a touching part of the story. We focused in our discussions more on the beginning of the story, which actually was the most interesting, just focusing on Chance and like, the relationship to the old man, why he would be left completely out of his will. But then after he leaves the house and the garden for the last time, and he leaves the key in the gate, and then he gets run over by the limousine. That's when it changes to satire, and like for the rest of the story until he returns to a garden at the very end, I just really didn't get that touching sense of the story anymore. He just becomes almost an android throughout the entire like midsection of the story, until the very end, where they like kind of tie it back to that emotional part in the first part of the book.
well, that's
So
the thing.
that's my
I
sum
guess
up.
I can imagine Chance, sitting in a garden somewhere around a fire pit, smoking a cigarette, sitting on spaces. I guess that's how I imagine Chance.
Yeah.
Nude on a hay bale, disregarding the straw.
Gone to hell, Adrian.
I think there's a bigger metaphor for him as the plebites, right? I think there's something there to dig out, but as we know, like circumstance and couth and class can lead you to other opportunities. Being a Zen master, you can say you're either the Zen master by being a fool or by being the Zen master as a master. Either way, you can achieve heights that you wouldn't even portend to have any clue of what's going on. And somewhat can relate to that kind of just retarded alliances with people that are just like sort of what you would think would be way above your pay grade as an autist, right? So I think like the autist part of him sort of appeals to me, because I think that there's something about simplicity that other people appreciate. There's something about like in that story that to me is that story of like the hero's journey of like going from a nobody to a hero. There's all kinds of stuff, but it's going through it in a different way. And I would say that like it's really important that you guys watch the movie, because the movie is, there was huge fights over that, and I think it's I don't want to say it's as good as the book, but in this case, the book really was a screenplay set up as that way, and we can say that Kosinski was perhaps stealing from that other Polish thing or whatever. But the guys he was running around with, like it was basically set up, like he was running around with Polanski and stuff. Like this was going to become a movie. That's why it's such a short book. It wasn't really an author book. It was sort of a rip off of a fable, and I think there's lots of stuff in there. I wouldn't take the book. It is one of those rare cases where I'm just going to say like watch the movie, and the movie almost requires like a different take than the book, and that's not because I
So
haven't
one
read the
thing we
book.
could do sometime, because obviously you can't do the book, but we could do like a movie space where we watch a movie together. We could do it on Space, but we could use what do you call it, Discord, because you can actually stream something on Discord there, right? And then we can pump it back into a space and just like watch and discuss a movie as a group.
I'd be into that, and I'd be into that like to do it like make it like a sort of an occasion and sit down, and I would posit like this is one of those rare cases where I think, and this is never anything that escapes my lips, but that the movie may be bigger than the book. But yeah, no, I'd be into that. I could sit down for that. I'm not going to do like a 9-hour Kurosawa fucking saga, but I
I
could
think
do
that's a
something
really
like that.
great idea. Actually, we were talking about that earlier with the movie Remains of the Day. The movie is probably much better than the book.
That can happen on rare
Yeah,
occasions. That
it
can
can.
happen, especially
Yeah.
with short books like this. You can
Mhm.
see that this guy was hanging around the other guys. They were like, "How do you make money?" It's like, "Hey, publish this book, and then we'll get you the movie rights, and then you'll be set." Like it was sort of, you can tell this one was specifically set up for this, and I don't know, reveal the method, right? But yeah, thanks guys. I'm really thankful that you did this. Thank you, Zink, for taking my thing, and I'll have to go back and listen to the deeper stuff because I missed it. I was doing stuff. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
But
I
yeah,
just talked a little bit about what you were saying, Log, with it being I got a sense of innocence from Chance. And so that was the attraction to him when he went out into the world, was that he was innocent and unjaded. And that's very appealing to people who are jaded.
Well, and what if you could just like go through your life, in my case, it was like I went through my life, I got very jaded, then I had a near death experience, and then I just sort of looked at life through a new lens where I was just like, I'm just going to believe everybody and believe everything until proven otherwise, and I'm not going to be, the skeptical guy that's looking at for all these foibles in people. But yeah, I relate a lot to that, and I had actually read that book prior to that, but I had reread it after that, and there is something refreshing about that. And I think there's a way that we can look at life in a new light and just shed all these things, right? Like, I don't care, vaccine, no vaccine, this, that, believe in this and believe in that. What if you just started anew, right? And you had that simplistic value, like a child looks at the world.
And that's why we love children. You read my mind. And that's why we love children, because they're unjaded, right? It's
And
like a
also the heights you can go to if you can maintain that,
right,
right?
right.
If you can maintain it, and that's what I was saying, like, because I don't really want to like talk too specifically, but I've hung out with people that I never thought I was ever going to hang out with, but it was just merely because I didn't give a shit. I'd almost died, and I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. Just let the wind blow me around, and you can hang out with like super like famous rich people, and you can hang out with like homeless people, but you don't care. You're treating them all the same, and that sort of like way of looking at the world is like the world almost opens up to you like as an oyster because you're just open to it, right? I'm not judging you if you got tons of money, or I'm not judging you if you got no money. And like we were talking about with the joke about circumstance, when you're on a beach in the Bahamas and, you got your shorts on and the other guy's got his shorts on, well, it relieves that tuxedo thing. But if you get in the right circumstance and the right thing, like if you just happen to be in the right moment, like you can interact with people on a different level, and you start to see that like we are tribalistic. Like there's another point here, and I don't want to continue going, I guess we're going back into it, but we're tribalistic animals, right? So if you run over a guy who's a homeless person, obviously the story ends, right? But because the guy has like a fitted suit, a tuxedo or whatever, a top hat in the movie, and then it's like, well, who is this guy? Like we've got to take care of this guy. Like it becomes differently because of if you're wearing the right thing to get you into right things. And if you somehow find yourself in a position where the wedding's over, everyone's gone home, and you're just walking around downtown, and then all of a sudden someone just grabs you and says, hey, come into this exclusive club thing, and then you're just like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, blah blah blah. Oh, you don't have to pay for drinks here. It's all in the house. It's like, okay, well, da da da. It's like, oh, there's caviar over here. It's like, what? Okay, yeah, never had caviar. Just being like a total bumbler. But there is something to this story about like the innocence that we've all lost, and that B, that we can recapture and just drop all of this shit that's around us, right? And I've always felt that like this Being There movie was like not only just had the overtones of like whatever, right, all kinds of weird shit, but it has the overtones of like the simplistic version of like you don't have to be like what society tells you to be, or what your life experience tells you what to be. Like there's something deeper to this that I felt applied to the pandemic specifically, but it's always been a book that's, I don't know, some books you read and they don't strike you, and this one I read it and I was like, the story was one thing, but seeing the like, so I used to quote the book and then I saw the movie and I was like, holy fuck, and the movie is a fucking masterpiece. Like in terms of like again, just to reiterate that, like very rarely do I say like the movie is better than the book, but in this case, like the way that things flow, and you can sort of tell at that point that the book was written to be a movie. I don't know if you look into the Polanski tie-ins and whatever, there's all kinds of conspiracy shit around this thing, but it's there.
No, it actually says that it was written to be a screenplay.
Where does it say that? In front of the book?
No, online actually.
Oh, really? Some of the
Yeah.
pictures, they beat me to it. I didn't even know that. Well, there you go.
I'm also going to recommend Ali G in the House, which was the first Sacha Baron Cohen movie. Similar plot, but a little bit different.
Well, Trading Places, really, if we were going to go back to that one, I mean, Trading Places was nothing but it was a rewrite of this one, right?
Oh, that's a great movie.
Yeah, so Trading Places, Dustin, or what was it? Not Dustin Hoffman, that little short guy. What's his name? Not Dustin Hoffman.
Oh,
the little British guy there. What the fuck is his name?
Dudley Moore.
Yeah, Dudley Moore, Eddie Murphy.
He was so big in the 70s. Remember that?
Well, yeah, but Dudley Moore, Eddie Murphy, it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same concept, right? The guy hits the thing, or the guy fakes hitting the thing. The guy gets into this position,
Sorry, isn't it Dan Aykroyd in Trading Places?
Yeah, it's Dan Aykroyd.
No.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
it is
Dan
Dan
Aykroyd's
Aykroyd.
in there, but Dudley Moore. Okay, wait a minute. What's the other one? Fuck. What am I mixing
That's
up
with
here?
Liza Minnelli. You're thinking of with
Oh
Liza Minnelli.
shit. Yeah, what was that other movie? God damn it.
Arthur?
Yes, sir. You guys are right.
Yeah,
No. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
with Liza
I'm mixing them
Minnelli,
up. I'm mixing them up. Now, had they had Dudley Moore and and Eddie Murphy,
Oh, he
now
would
we're
have been
talking.
brilliant.
Oh, it would have been the best movie ever. Yeah, no,
Oh,
I
he
am
was
screwing it up,
hilarious.
guys.
He
You're
played
right.
the
You're right.
best
It was
drunk ever.
Yeah, and it was Dan Aykroyd. Well, he didn't play the best drunk ever. He was the best drunk ever.
Touche, yeah.
That's
He
the
was.
reality. That's the
Yeah.
reality going there. He's like the Ricky Gervais.
Apparently, he wasn't actually drunk. They say that he had like some disease that made him appear drunk all the time, but like he wasn't actually drunk in the Arthur movies. That's what I heard after the fact. So
Oh, interesting.
I've never heard that.
But yeah,
actually.
We're
the
all
trading.
laughing at a disabled man.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
we're not. It was
Just
the
use ink.
70s.
Just use ink with your
It was the
amazing
70s.
blades.
It was the 70s. Every tin be all right.
what's the name of that blade again? The Viking one?
If you just look up double-edged blade, it's like Viking Revolution or something like that.
Right.
It's like the Viking Revolution, something like that. It's just the one on Amazon and has a butterfly tip, because the other one's like you unscrew it and you actually pull off the top so it can actually separate. But this one, it just opens and it like spreads its little wings, and then you can flip the blade. Because usually when you're using a double-edged razor, you put it on there, you shave with both sides, then you flip it, and then you shave with both sides, right? You flip the blade a couple times.
Yeah, the other one I recommend is the Ball Shaper 9000. So, are we?
No, so
New
actually,
face.
you say that, but I do
New
actually.
face.
There is a shaver called the Bro Shaver, and it's one that you can use to shave your back, but it uses the double-edged blades, so you can change them, right? Because there's the ones that we've seen on TV, right, where it has it's like a giant Gillette, but of course those are expensive. But this one, it's called like the Bro Shaver 2. I can't remember. There's a few different models. I think I have the one that takes 2 blades, and then you can use that to shave your back.
Okay, but who shaves your back, Sink? You or somebody else?
I do.
It has like a handle, right? So that you can.
How do you do that?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like
It has an
if you look at it,
extendo handle.
yeah, if you
No
look at it's like this
way.
extremely long one, and you put the 2 blades side by
Yeah,
side in
yeah.
it, and then you
That's
can
kind of
reach back.
dangerous. I don't know.
No, it's pretty good. Like, yeah, it because like it actually has like 2 different settings, like as to the aggressiveness of it, and then you can use it to shave your back.
Because I don't know about you guys, but I'm like, I'm one of those women that, I take care of that myself with my guy. I don't know if a lot. Yeah, I never heard of that. That's weird. Never, sorry.
Yeah, they have an electric one too, and it like bends and like you can
So
shave
do
your
you
back.
stand in
Yeah.
front of a mirror when you do it, or?
Oh no, you do it in the shower. You just do it in the shower.
Oh, I don't know.
It just yeah, you just shave it.
His cat shaves him. Don't let him lie to you. He's got a trained cat.
It's after 9. Here we go.
On that note, are we closing down the Gulag Book Club and firing up another space, or?
Wait,
The
no, we
wog.
got
Yeah,
TR6 coming up. We got
It's the
TR6
wog
coming up.
sex
yeah,
show
but
coming up.
you're gonna start the room, Adrian. You're gonna start the room because
Oh,
someone else has
boy.
got to
I
fucking
love
host
you,
these things. We're
Adrian. You're
fucked.
so good. I love you. You're awesome.
Thanks, Jody. I appreciate it. Yeah.
You always bring us back to center. I love that about you.
Well, I'm used to being in these spaces where we go off like, and because there's the title of the book there, I just want to keep bringing it back because like, I mean, a lot of the times Carlo and I talk about Star Wars and like Zinc tries to bring us back and like, so I'm becoming more conscious of just like, bringing things back to like the topic of conversation.
Well, that's just because I don't want to talk about Star Wars.
Right, I get that. Yeah, yeah.
Outside of season 6, episode 9 of The Mandalorian, what's the quote there, Wog?
People are taught that they want freedom when they actually want order.
You guys have been talking about shapes for like 20 minutes.
This is guy stuff, clear. Like I mean,
Have
you
they?
know.
Yeah, we also talk about shaving nuts and all kinds of other stuff.
No, we're not
TR6.
talking about shaving nuts yet.
Well, yeah, but I'm curious at how
We
these
were
guys do
almost
it.
there.
We're getting there. We're getting
No,
there.
we
Yeah,
weren't there.
working.
I know if
I know.
we were
See,
there,
that's
we're
why I
not
wanted
there.
to move to another fucking room, but no one wants to do it. So
Why,
TR6, what's going on there, buddy?
Why is this a book club when you're
This
talking
was
about
out of respect to Zinc. We wanted to
shaving your nuts and your back?
We're not there yet, TR.
Oh, well, I'm just saying.
He's taking
The
it there,
the
though.
way I see life is everything is just moments between shaving your nuts, whether it's reading books or going to the movies or working a job.
Yeah, but
it's
you
just
got
that's the benchmark
you.
of
You
life.
have to be
Yeah, 'cause-
careful you don't accidentally circumcise yourself.
Exactly, because you're taking your life in your own hands when you get those fucking razors going.
Clear. Are we gonna
That's
Are we gonna
why
retreat into our gardens and hide now?
it's taking your life in your hands and your progeny in your hands, and that's why I was begging and
Well, so that's the thing. I
pleading
see
to start.
it as my garden, right? You know.
Where
You
you
can
are
change
the
the
master.
topic now, Zink. You can change.
Your
You can actually change
your
the
own
topic.
your own private garden. That's the trick. It's a private garden.
great.
Only Zinc has access.
All you techies, what the hell is this new thing where this everything is written out here in the space? Like, this is new tonight.
No, it's
Oh,
you
got
your
you turned on
captions
the closed
on.
captions?
Yeah, I must have. How do you
Look
turn
at
it
the
off?
top where the three little buttons, where the
Yeah.
three little periods are. Open that up, and it
Yeah.
says View Captions. You probably have that checked.
No, I don't. It's not.
No. So
Just
it glitches.
click turn
It glitches.
Oh.
No. It glitches. It glitches. I've had that before. It glitched
Mm-hmm.
on me, and I saw it every time I opened a RAM.
You just have to go up to the top and you just say turn off captions.
No, I tried that, and it wouldn't leave.
No, the
If you go out
box
and
is
come back
not
in,
checked.
it'll probably default back.
No,
to...
I did that. I've
Okay,
been
well,
in and out of spaces.
Don't worry, Adrian's going to start a new room, so he's going to start a new room.
Yeah,
and
I've been in other spaces, and it's there.
Well, Adrian's room is a no nut shave room, so it might not have that.
Oh,
Nice.
Habs. We need Habs.
Oh Jesus, we got to get out of this room, guys. How many fucking?
Well,
do you really want people to hear the
it's
book?
just getting more and more.
Adrian, start a room, love.
All right. I'll start a room.
I'm
You
gonna
get
jump.
to name it too.
I'm gonna jump
out
into James'
and
space.
jump back into Adrian's. No, you're not.
James has got a space, and I'm going there.
No, you're not. If you do that, I will disown you. I will disown you. Yeah, Adrian's gonna leave. Yeah, thanks guys for the book club thing. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it because I think
it's
you
a
guys
good
probably
read.
hit on shit.
It's a good read, Sink.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you were in here because we were starting with because it was the copy you find everywhere that you listen to. It's Dustin Hoffman, and I was a little worried at first, but he reads it pretty neutral, right? You don't even recognize that it's his voice, so it's pretty decent.
Did you post the links yet for the new book? Let me see here.
I put it up there, yeah, the Ray Bradbury one.
Okay, there's no link for it though.
Oh, you mean for where to find the book?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll post that after.
That would be helpful. Yeah, great.
Perfect. I'll post the text and the audiobook. Well, no, that one was tricky, and I'll tell you guys. I'll suggest which one because the way I found it, there was like a big like compilation of all the Ray Bradbury. But you're just looking for the text link though, right, Jody? Or
yeah.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
Because
this one, the audiobook, there was like 6 different copies, so I had to like sit there and compare like the 6 different copies and figure out which reader I liked better and which one had better quality. So.
Is there a link to like the textbook? Because I just don't like audiobooks. I'm old
Yeah,
fashioned.
no. I'll include the textbook up there.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Good choice tonight, Carlos. I really enjoyed your feedback too. Really.
But yeah, we'll see with that one because depending on how the whole commission thing goes next week, I might push that one out to Tuesday, or we'll see, right? Because next week's all the ministers, and I'm sure everybody will be listening to it and talking about it, and so yeah, we'll see if it needs to get rescheduled or not. But at least tentatively for now, we'll say Friday, or maybe I'll just push it later, depending on how late the commission goes. I'm sure at that point maybe because I know the commission's been bleeding lately to as late as like what 7:30 p.m.
8 o'clock. 8 o'clock sometimes. Like it's
Yeah.
just crazy.
So we'll see if on Friday maybe I'll just push it up a little bit, and then we can go and discuss something wicked this way comes to escape the true horror that is our everyday life.
That'd be lovely. Thank you,
Perfect.
Zane.
Yeah, thanks again for coming, everybody.
Yeah, see you.
So yeah, it looks like they've started that.
See us all in James space.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll follow you there. I'll follow you there. I'll
I
be your
won't be there.
wingman, TR6.
No, not me.